Hello, my name is Mohammed Kimji. Kant presupposes that the reader has understood section number one of the grounding before turning to section number two. Kant opens section number two by claiming that the idea of duty, which we know in section number one, he connects with the idea of moral obligation, or he explains as moral obligation, moral responsibility, um, a concept of duty that expresses the inner necessity to meet moral demands, the moral demands of reason. If I say that I have a duty to you, I'm indicating that regardless of the particular circumstances, um, or regardless of whether or not I will be rewarded or punished, or regardless of the consequences, I have a moral obligation. I have an inner necessity from the very fact that I am a human being to treat you in a certain way. So the idea of duty is not a concept of nature. There is no duty in the world of nature. There is no animal or creature in nature that has any duty either to itself or to any other animal or creature. Duty is not a concept of nature. And Kant opens section number two by expressing this idea. Now, he actually uses the word experience, and Kant's notion or concept of experience is discussed in incredibly um, sophisticated detail in Kant's great work, The Critique of Pure Reason, which he had written, at least the first edition, he had written by the time he begins the grounding. Maybe he is presupposing that his reader has some awareness of what he discussed in The Critique of Pure Reason. But he does discuss the ideas, some of the ideas that he discussed in The Critique of Pure Reason in the grounding in a simpler way, but still it is quite complicated. So the idea of experience for Kant is, generally speaking, um, the world that is available to our senses: sight, hearing, taste, smelling, touching. The world that we can see, the visible world, the world that we can um, apprehend through one, some, or all of our senses. And it is generally connected to the world in which there is no freedom, the world that is determined, the world that is subject to or decided, well, I'm not going to say decided by, but determined in accordance with the necessities of nature, or what you might say are the laws of nature. So duty is not a concept of experience because it is not a concept that you can apprehend through the senses. And if I say to you that I have a duty to you, I mean I have a moral obligation to you. I have an inner necessity to act towards you in a certain way. By inner necessity, I mean a necessity that arises from my very own reason. Not because the law orders me to do that, not because my parents told me to do that, not because I'm afraid of something, not because I expect some kind of reward, not because of some kind of incentive that drives me to do something. The moment I act towards you in a way that I ought to because of some kind of incentive, that's no longer a moral action. And we discussed that in the previous video on section 1 of the grounding, that a moral action is always an action that is from duty and not merely in accordance with duty, and certainly not for selfish reasons. So Kant opens section 2 of the grounding in the following way. If we have so far drawn our concept of duty from the ordinary use of our practical reason or moral reason, one is by no means to infer that we have treated it as a concept of experience. On the contrary, when we pay attention to our experience of the way human beings act, we meet frequent, and we ourselves admit, justified complaints that there cannot be cited a single certain example of the disposition to act from pure duty, and we meet complaints that although much may be done that is in accordance with what duty demands, yet there are always doubts as to whether what occurs has really been done from duty, and so has moral worth. So people say that you cannot point to even one example in the history of the world of an action that is purely moral, that is simply done from duty. And people, Kant says, argue that even though some action might appear to be done from duty, the person has really acted for private reasons, for selfish reasons, for reasons that ultimately connect with his or her own advantage. And there are all sorts of secret drivers, people say, for why somebody acts. And nobody really acts solely from duty. There's always something in it for himself or herself. And Kant says that hence there have always been philosophers who have absolutely denied the reality of this disposition, i.e., a purely moral disposition, in human actions, and have ascribed everything to a more or less refined self-love. Yet in doing so, they have not cast upon the rightness, they have not cast doubt upon the rightness of the concept of morality. Rather, they have spoken with sincere regret as to the frailty and impurity of human nature, which they think is noble enough to take as its precept an idea so worthy of respect, but yet is too weak to follow this idea. Reason, which should legislate for human nature, is used only to look after the interest of inclinations, whether singly or at best in their greatest possible harmony with one another. Now, Kant is going to argue that just because you cannot point to a single example that a single case in which a human being has acted from duty, it doesn't change the fact that a human being ought to act from duty. First of all, you can't point to an example of duty because moral duty is not an object of the senses. So you will never be able to point to it. You will never be able to see it, but you must will it. And when you will something, the motives are invisible. The motives are not visible. So Kant says in the lines that I read that when somebody argues that every human being acts ultimately from some kind of self-love or self-interest, that doesn't change the fact that the human being ought to act from duty. And In fact, it's perfectly consistent with the idea of duty, with the nature of duty, that you won't be able to point to it. So Kant says now at 407, in fact, there is absolutely no possibility by means of experience to make out with complete certainty a single case in which the maxim of an action, maxim is the subjective principle of volition, or the principle on the basis of which one does act. You can't point to a single case by means of experience in which the maxim of an action that may in other respects conform to duty has rested solely on moral grounds and on the representation of one's duty. It is indeed sometimes the case that after the keenest self-examination, we can find nothing except the moral ground of duty that could have been strong enough to move us to this or that good action and to such great sacrifice. But there cannot with certainty be at all inferred from this that some secret impulse of self-love, merely appearing as the idea of duty, was not the actual determining cause of the will. We like to flatter ourselves with the false claim to a more noble motive, but in fact, we can never, even by the strictest examination, completely plumb the depths of our secret incentives, of our actions. For when moral value is being considered, the concern is not with the actions which are seen, but rather with their inner principles, which are not seen. Now, it's interesting when I think about this idea that the idea of duty is moral obligation, and moral obligation is invisible. It's not visible. Now, one cannot escape from one's moral obligation. Why? Because it arises for Kant from the very nature of our reason. We recall the moral law that Kant articulated in section number 1. Act only according to that maxim that you can at the same time will to be a universal law. Act only according to that subjective principle of volition that you can will at the same time to be an objective principle of volition that is valid for everybody. And that principle, that moral principle, a principle that demands that when we act, when we make any judgment, we examine where we stand within that judgment. We don't make a judgment that involves one standard for ourselves and another standard for everybody else. That's acting on the basis of double standards. That's living your life in such a way that you do not hold yourself accountable to the very principle that you want everyone else to be accountable to. And that's a double standard. And we spoke about that in the previous video about how in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 7, when Jesus says, do not judge, he is indicating that when you make a judgment, which is every single moment of your life, you must not make that judgment in such a way that it's only pointed outwards and not inwards. And so one has to think of oneself as subject to the very same judgment that one holds others accountable to. In the Bible, it's very interesting. The idea of God expresses, among other things, or this is one way to put it, that from which one cannot escape, or that moral command from which one cannot escape, that um, necessity that I don't know what this says. That necessity that uh, is everywhere, that is inescapable. Um, One of the traditional attributes of God is omniscience. God is all-seeing, all-knowing, um, uh, everywhere, omnipresent. Um, and that expresses uh, the idea that the human being cannot escape from the eyes of God. Where are the eyes of God? Well, they're everywhere. They're above, they're below, they're beside us, they're behind us, they're in front of us. If you or I do something that harms another person very seriously, there is no way that we can wash that uh, guilt by taking a shower. There's no way that we can distract ourselves so completely from what we have done by watching movies or going to parties or anything like that. We might succeed for a time, but we can't not know what we have done. And so we have, we've talked about this, the idea of repentance as requiring first and foremost an acknowledgement of what we have done, uh, a real acknowledgement of what we have done, a kind of acknowledgement that will require of us our full heart and our full effort to repair the wrong that we have done and to change how we think and how we live. Well, it's fascinating that for Kant, this idea of inescapability of moral truth is um, uh, is the idea of the inescapability of our own selves, of our own being, of our own humanity, of our own reason, precisely because the moral law um, emerges directly from reason, from the fact that we are human beings and not from somewhere else. Um, we cannot escape our moral obligations any more than we can escape ourselves. And so it's interesting how, Kant has already called upon the scriptures in section number 1 when he spoke about the command to love one's enemy and how that command is, in fact, a command to treat your enemy with dignity, to treat your enemy as a human being, and how it's not a command to feel a certain way about your enemy, because then the command wouldn't make sense. The command is a moral command, not a command that calls upon our will, our action, and not a command that calls upon our senses. Now, it's interesting because in the opening of section 2, the idea of duty is not a concept of experience. In the Bible, God is not a concept of experience. You can't point to God, as being over there or over there. And the kingdom of heaven is not a concept of experience. You can point to heaven as being over there and over there. You recall our discussion of the Gospel of Luke, where Jesus says, um, when he is asked when the kingdom of heaven is coming, don't know what happened there. Jesus is asked in the Gospel of Luke when the kingdom of heaven is coming, and Jesus replies that it's not coming with things that can be observed so that you can say, here it is or there it is. The kingdom of God is among you. So the concepts in the Bible, repentance, the kingdom of God, God, um, love, they're not things that can be observed. They're not concepts of experience. They have to do with the moral quality of one's action. And that has to do with one's inner disposition or one's will. The summoning of all the means in our power. Kant speaks about the goodwill in section number 1. The goodwill is not just a wish, it's the summoning of all the means in our power. Kant continues, still at 407, new paragraph. Moreover, one cannot better serve the wishes of those who ridicule all morality as being a mere phantom of human imagination, getting above itself because of self-conceit, than by conceding to them that the concepts of duty must be drawn solely from experience. Just as from indolence one willingly persuades himself that such is the case as regards all other concepts as well. You're just playing into the skeptic's hands by agreeing that the concept of morality is a concept of experience. Because if it is, then the skeptic can easily argue that, in fact, there is no morality because you cannot find it in experience. Point to it. Where is it? Where can you point to somebody's motives? Where can you point to somebody's deepest intentions? It's not like an object that is in space and time that you can point to, that you can apprehend through the senses. For by conceding, Kant says, one prepares for them a sure triumph. I'm willing to admit out of love for humanity that most of our actions are in accordance with duty, but if we look more closely at our planning and striving, we everywhere come upon the dear self, which is always turning up, right? Who in his life doesn't contend with the wants, the private wants that he has, the inclinations? Kant, at the end of section 1, speaks about the inclinations as a counterweight. Every human being must contend with the counterweight. Inclinations are not evil. They are a counterweight. They are our natural wants that we have to contend with. And upon which the intent of our actions is based rather than upon the strict command of duty, which would often require self-denial. It's true, duty often does require self-denial. We have to restrain our want to satisfy our natural inclinations above all else when we act in a way that we know is right. If you find a wallet out on the street and there's a lot of money inside of it, I'm sure that there will be a part of you that wants the money that is in the wallet, even though you know that it belongs to somebody else. And maybe there's a part of you that's hoping that there will be no identification in the wallet, which would make it easier just to keep the money. So there's nothing wrong with wanting something. There is something wrong with prioritizing the satisfaction of that want over one's duty. And we know that in biblical thought, there is really an enormous emphasis on restraint, this whole idea of turn the other cheek. When somebody hits you on one cheek, give him the other as well. Or when somebody, takes your coat, give him your cloak. Or when somebody orders you to walk 1 mile, walk 2 miles. Give to everyone who seeks to take from you, uh, like, or whatever, or borrow from you. Like, there's always this sense of this kind of surplus that the human being has of goodness, this power over um, one's inclinations to possess things and to prioritize the possessing of things over others, or the the tendency that we have to seek revenge or to retaliate when somebody has done something that is uh, hurtful to us. And it's a very um, common tendency that we have. And there's nothing wrong with experiencing that want, but giving into it is a choice. One need not be exactly an enemy of virtue, but only a cool observer who does not take the liveliest wish for the good to be straight off its realization, in order to become doubtful at times whether any true virtue is actually to be found in the world, especially today, right? When almost every relationship that I see seems to have some kind of transactional bond. Um, there, there, there always seems to be something that the person expects for doing something that appears good, or there seems to be um, uh, a question, I guess, that people ask before they relate to somebody. What's in it for me? Like, do I have the time? Will it benefit me in some way? How will it benefit me in some way? There's a lot of networking, social networking, all these things, um, because it brings advantages in some way. It's interesting. I'm a cyclist, and when I when I go out cycling, um, sometimes I will see other cyclists, and the other cyclists, they raise their hand, or they say hi, or how are you, or they acknowledge me, and I acknowledge them. But there have been times where I've had a flat tire or something like that, and I've had to stop to change it, and the cyclist will just drive by me, right by me. So when there's nothing at stake, you say hi. When there's something at stake, you're actually going to stop and help the person. Then you just walk by. And we see this happening, all the time in a number of different ways. Um, Such is especially the case when years increase and one's power of judgment is made shrewder by experience and keener in observation. Because of these things, nothing can protect us from a complete falling away from our ideas of duty, and, and preserve in the soul a well-grounded respect for duty's laws, except the clear conviction that even if there never have been actions springing from such pure sources, the question at issue here is not whether this or that has happened, but that reason of itself and independently of all experience commands what ought to happen, right? It doesn't matter, even if you haven't found a single example of a person acting from pure duty, and you will never find it as you will find objects that you can find in experience. Nevertheless, it doesn't change the fact that we ought to act from duty, which is what Kant's concern is in the grounding. What is the ground? What is the foundation? What is um, the basis for moral action? And precisely because it does not derive from experience and cannot be found in experience, precisely because of that, it can be a priori. A priori means independent of experience, or necessary or universal, without any reliance, you can say, on experience. If I have a priori knowledge, I know it, I know something without basing it on experience. I know it prior to my experience of it. A priori, in fact, means that which is prior, that which comes prior. Consequently, reason unrelentingly commands actions of which the world has perhaps hitherto never provided an example, and whose feasibility might well be doubted by one who bases everything upon experience. For instance, even though there might never yet have been a sincere friend, still pure sincerity in friendship is nonetheless required of every man, because this duty, prior to all experience, is contained as duty in general in the idea of a reason that determines the will by means of a priori grounds. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus says to his disciples, "Be perfect as your heavenly Father is perfect." Yet, it's interesting that the kingdom of God, we know, is it belongs to those who repent. And so perfection is an ideal. It's realizable, but only in life. It's only realized in the struggle with the natural inclinations, and it's only realized in repentance. It's only realized in the failure in that struggle, the acknowledgement of the times that we have failed in that struggle, despite giving our, full heart, you can say. But nobody can ever say, I've realized it. I've realized the idea of perfection. So it's an ideal, but it's not found in experience. The idea of perfection is not something that you can see. It's a principle of action. It's that which it's a standard that we ought to meet, that we are obligated to meet, and that always exceeds our grasp. On the one hand, it's a necessary principle. On the other hand, it's a principle that we can say is impossible to fulfill, or to say that we have to fulfill once and for all. I need to get some water. 1 second. "408, still, new paragraph. There may be noted further that unless we want to deny to the concept of morality all truth and all reference to a possible object, we cannot but admit that the moral law is of such widespread significance that it must hold not merely for men, but for all rational beings generally, and that it must be valid not merely under contingent conditions and with exceptions, but must be absolutely necessary. Clearly, therefore, no experience can give occasion for inferring even the possibility of such apodictic laws, necessary, universal, demonstrable laws." Okay, by rational beings, Kant clearly means human beings. However, if there were other beings that were free, were self-conscious, had reason, then the moral law would apply to these beings also, or the moral law would emerge from these beings also. But experience can never provide apodictic laws which are demonstrable a priori, Why? Well, experience, as I mentioned in my previous video, experience can only tell what is or what has been. It can never tell what must be. David Hume, the very influential philosopher, who was an empiricist, argued that you cannot know that the sun will rise tomorrow on the basis of the past. It's a very famous example, but it can apply to anything. You cannot know on the basis of what has happened what will happen. Dropping a ball from a height, it it drops each and every time. And no matter how many instances this has happened in the past, those experiences by themselves cannot guarantee that the stone or the object will drop the next time you drop it. In order for you to know, Kant sees, that the object will drop, you'd have to have a knowledge of the necessities or the laws by which objects are governed in the world of nature. Now, I put laws in quotation marks because the very idea of laws of nature, I don't want that to sound like the laws come from nature. The laws do not come from nature. It's the human being who apprehends those laws, who apprehends the necessities of nature. So the very idea of law of nature is not a concept of nature. It's a concept of the human being who understands himself to be distinguished from nature and nature to be distinguished from himself. It comes from the human being who grasps that nature is not free and that the human being is free. And it's precisely because nature is not free that nature is subject to that over which it has no power, i.e., the necessities that determine it. So again, the idea of the moral law, just like the idea of freedom, just like the idea of reason, just like the idea of love, just like the idea of God, is not a concept of experience. If it was a concept of experience, then it wouldn't be what it is. There would be no reason. There would be no God. There would be no meaningful concept of God. There would be no freedom. Precisely because, again, these concepts are concepts of a power that is beyond experience. They are metaphysical concepts. Meta means beyond. They are beyond the physics. They are beyond the world of nature. Kant then says in a very, very important passage, 408 going into 409, moreover, worse service cannot be rendered morality than that an attempt be made to derive it from examples. For every example of morality presented to me must itself first be judged according to principles of morality in order to see whether it is fit to serve as an original example, that is, as a model. So that's still in 408. I want to discuss that before going into 409. Okay, you cannot derive morality from examples. Why? Because in order for you to judge examples of morality, you would have to have a standard of morality by which you could distinguish between examples of morality and examples that are not of morality. You'd have to be able to determine valid examples of morality. So the standard cannot come from the example, because the basis of choosing the example must be independent of the example. How do you know that this is an example of a moral action unless you first had a principle or a standard on the basis of which you could distinguish that from other examples, examples that were not fit to be moral examples? But in no way can it authoritatively furnish the concept of morality. Even the Holy One of the Gospel, Jesus, must first be compared with our ideal of moral perfection before he is recognized as such. Even he says of himself, "Why do you call me, whom you see, good? None is good, the archetype of the good, except God only, whom you do not see." But whence have we the concept of God as the highest good? Solely from the idea of moral perfection, which reason frames a priori and connects inseparably with a concept of a free will. It's a stunning passage. What is Kant doing here? He is making reference to that passage that we have looked at from the Gospel of Matthew in chapter 19, verses 16 to 19, where a rich young man comes to Jesus and asks him, "Teacher, what good thing must I do to gain eternal life?" And Jesus gets angry with him. He says, "Why do you call me good? There is no one that is good except God." Or there is only one that is good, God, something like that. Or there is only one that is good, and he doesn't mention God. Right? "Teacher, what good thing must I do to gain eternal life? Why do you ask me about what is good? There is only one that is good. If you want to enter into life," Jesus says, "follow the commandments." And he mentions the commandments that have to do with human beings. I have a video on this, specifically devoted to this passage. Now, what is Kant doing? He's calling upon that part of the Gospel of Matthew, and he's indicating that Jesus said of himself that he is not the good. He is not the standard for morality. God is the standard for morality. So when you say that Jesus is the perfect example for the good, or for what it means to be good, how can you say that unless you had a standard within you on the basis of which you could know Jesus to meet that standard? When I was growing up, I used to think that the standards for action were found in the Islamic scriptures. That's what I was told. And so I didn't really question it, but it put me in a position where I didn't know myself what was right and what was wrong. I had to follow a standard that was given to me of what was right and wrong. But how do I know whether the scriptures are authoritative unless I have authority within myself to judge them to be authoritative. The reader of the scriptures, whether you're talking about the Quran or you're talking about the Hebrew Bible or you're talking about the Christian Bible or you're talking about any other basis of authority, how can you judge a text to have authoritatively? How can you judge a text to have authority except authoritatively? How can you judge a text to have authority unless you have the authority to make that judgment? The authority has to come from the reader in order for the reader to make an authoritative judgment about any text that has authority. That puts the reader in the position where he is the creator, the interpreter, the judge of what is true and what is not true. How can I say that this expresses the truth unless I was able to distinguish between what is true and what is false? How can I say that meaningfully, at least? So today, people often make claims like that text has authority. I believe everything that text says. That text is the word of God. It bespeaks the truth. God is infinite. The human being is finite. God knows everything. The human being is ignorant. The human being must obey God. The human being doesn't have authority. There's only one authority, God. But how can one make that judgment in a way that is meaningful unless the human being had the authority and the knowledge and the awareness of truth to make that judgment? Otherwise, the judgment doesn't make any sense. In order for you to judge something to be true or false, truth or falsity cannot come from that thing. So Kant once again shows himself as a very astute, critical reader of the scriptures in pointing to this passage. And Kant then says at 409, and I'm repeating the lines that I read, but whence have we the concept of God as the highest good? Solely from the idea of moral perfection, which reason frames a priori and connects inseparably with the concept of a free will. Our idea of God, Kant is indicating, has meaning precisely because it comes from human reason. Otherwise, there could be no content to the claim in saying that God is the highest good. If we didn't know what the highest good was, what meaning could the claim that God is the highest good have? So you see right now that Kant has a view of God as biblical, that God exists in the human comprehension of the idea of God. There's a relationship between the existence of God and human thought or human reason. God is not beyond human reason, or else God wouldn't exist. There would be no existence. You know, Descartes said in his great discovery, in his Meditations of First Philosophy, is I think, therefore I exist. Existence is grounded in thought. You can't have existence, you can't demonstrate existence unless you can think it. You can't demonstrate existence except through the comprehension of it. There's no existence that is an out and out other, a beyond that human beings cannot know or cannot comprehend. The very meaning of existence is or carries with it the possibility to comprehend it. So God, reason, morality, free will are all concepts that are now bound together in a constellation. And reason, Kant says, frames this a priori, necessarily and universally, not based on experience. Experience can never provide a priori truth. Experience is a posteriori. It comes after. And we will have occasion to, I'm sure, discuss this idea later. But the very concept of experience presupposes human consciousness. There is no experience that is not an experience of human beings. Experience is not a concept of experience. Experience is a concept of the human mind. Experience doesn't have any concept of itself. Nature doesn't have any concept of itself. There are no concepts in nature. The very idea of nature is an idea of the human being, and it can be an idea of the human being because the human being is not merely a natural being. The human being is unnatural. The human being can think. The human being is free. The human being is self-conscious. So clearly, for Kant, he says imitation has no place at all in moral matters, still at 409, right? Morality is not about imitating. You see a religious leader acting in a certain way and you start acting that way. The religious leader tells you, you must follow these rules, and then you follow these rules. That's imitation. That's not thinking. That's not understanding. That's not willing. That's not living with purpose. That's not creating a moral life. That's living like a soldier who simply follows everything that his superior orders him to do without thinking about whether or not it is right or wrong. So imitation is no place at all in moral matters, and examples serve only for encouragement. That is, they put beyond doubt the feasibility of what the law commands, and they make visible what the practical rule or what the moral rule expresses more generally. But examples can never justify us in setting aside their true original, which lies in reason, and letting ourselves be guided by them. The true original is in reason. It's stunning because that whole idea of the true original being in reason, it suggests that the human being is the center of the universe. It's the human being that envelops, you can say, nature, not nature that envelops the human being. And in the Critique of Pure Reason, in believe the second edition of the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant distinguishes between two conceptions of the world or of the universe, or of the solar system. The first conception was where the sun revolves around the earth, and this is how it appears to us when we look up in the sky. The sun is moving from, the east to the west. Um, and the second conception is the reality where it's the earth that revolves around the sun. And according to the senses, or when you make a judgment that is dependent on the senses, it appears like the sun is revolving around the earth. That's where the human being is dependent on the senses, and it's where nature is primary. The sun is revolving around the earth. The sun is enveloping the earth. The human being is enveloped by nature, right? Contrast that with the reality of the earth revolving around the sun. There, the human being is not dependent on the senses, but the human being seeks to understand what the senses presented through reason. And that's what we have in the discoveries of Copernicus and Galileo, and just in science generally. They are not dependent on the senses. They seek to understand the senses through reason, or to understand, right? If you have a disease, um, you have lesions on your body, and you go to the doctor will consider the senses, but the doctor will seek to understand what is presented to the eyes by blood tests, by lab tests, and so on. And so the human being revolves around, to say the human being revolves around the earth revolves around the sun, that is an image of how, in fact, it's reason that envelops nature, the sun representing nature and the earth representing human beings. And so it's fascinating how, you know, Kant's discovery, Kant's articulation, that in fact the source of understanding has to come from reason. It's not the case that reason is dependent on the senses. For knowledge, a priori knowledge, doesn't mean that the senses are not to be considered, of course not. But the senses are not the basis of truth. Continuing with 409. I'm going to jump into 409. If one were to take a vote as to whether pure rational knowledge separated from everything empirical, derived from experience, if one were to take a vote as to whether pure rational knowledge separating from everything empirical, that is a metaphysics of morals, or whether popular practical philosophy, popular moral philosophy is to be preferred, one can easily guess which side would be preponderant. Right? If you look at how people think about morality, they have a very, very easy, shallow way of understanding the basis of moral truth. Some people say God, some people say parents, some people say it comes from culture, some people say it's there is no morality, some people say it's all dependent on historical time. Some people say it comes from reason. Some people say it comes from, religion. Some people say it comes from friends. Some people say it comes from experience. And sometimes you have a whole mixture of all of these things. I remember walking one day and hearing a conversation of two people that were in front of me. I guess I was walking a little bit faster than them. And I heard one person say, well, you can't change who you are. And the other person says, yeah, of course not. It's just very, very strange. First of all, the claim, you can't change who you are. and how it was so readily agreed to by the other person. I mean, you are your experiences, people will say. Uh, and that's the popular view. So Kant kind of is very critical of this, and he mocks this at 409. He says, he calls it a disgusting, like the popular conception. Maybe I should read the whole thing. The descent to popular thought is certainly very commendable once the ascent to the principles of pure reason has occurred and has been satisfactorily accomplished. That would mean that the doctrine of morals has first been grounded on a metaphysics, and that subsequently acceptance for morals has been won by giving it a popular character after it has been firmly established. But it is quite absurd to try for popularity in the first inquiry, upon which depends the total correctness of the principles. Not only can such a procedure never lay claim to the very rare merit of a true philosophical popularity, inasmuch as there is really no art involved at all in being generally intelligible, if one thereby renounces all basic insight. That's a very harsh thing to say. But such a procedure turns out a disgusting mishmash of patchwork observations and half-reasoned principles, in which shallow plates revel, because all this is something quite useful for the chit-chat of everyday life. And that's how he understands this way of thinking that is first meant to derive morality from popular thought, or to teach morality with one's first consideration as being whether or not it's going to be, palatable, you can say, to common ways of thinking. Persons of insight, on the other hand, feel confused by all of this and turn their eyes away with a dissatisfaction which they nevertheless cannot cure. Yet philosophers who quite see through the delusion get little hearing when they summon people for a time from this pretended popularity in order that they may be rightfully popular only after they have attained definite insight. It's really shocking to me how insight is so, first of all, rare, and how poorly it is received. How what is more popular is what lacks insight, and how what is best received is what offers no original or meaningful thought. And it's stunning to me that people so often prefer to spend their time on things that really have no, nutrition for the mind, and ignore things that are really deeply effortful and insightful and original. One need only look at the attempts to deal with morality in the way favored by popular taste. What he will find is an amazing mixture. What he will find in an amazing mixture is at one time the particular constitution of human nature, jumping a bit, at another time perfection, at another time happiness, Here more of feeling, there the fear of God, something of this and also something of that, which is what we've just been talking about. But the thought never occurs to ask whether the principles of morality are to be sought at all in the knowledge of human nature, which can be had only from experience. Nor does the thought occur that these principles are not to be sought here, but to be found rather completely a priori and free from everything empirical, in pure rational concepts only. Okay, I think that's a little bit confusing. When Kant speaks about how knowledge of human nature can be had only from experience, by knowledge, Kant means that which concerns objects of space and time. And of course, when you are concerned with things in the senses, things that can appear to the senses, things that appear in space and time of nature, then of course you would need sensory data. So by knowledge can't mean specifically that which can be had the of the world of nature. And you cannot know freedom in the same way as you can know objects in space and time. So it's a little bit confusing, but he will make a very a comprehensive distinction at a later time, particularly in section number 3. But in contrast with knowledge of nature, Kant distinguishes, Kant has expresses the idea of the metaphysics of morals. Metaphysics of morals is not knowledge of nature. Metaphysics of morals is what Kant calls pure practical philosophy or pure moral philosophy. I'm going to jump a little bit to 411. Now, I should actually look at a footnote here, number 2. I just want to read what Kant says in this footnote, nothing that we haven't already discussed before. But he says, I'm jumping in midway to footnote number 2, that when a righteous act is represented as being done with a steadfast soul and sundered from all view to any advantage in this or another world, and even under the greatest temptations of need or allurement, it far surpasses and eclipses any similar action that was in the least affected by any extraneous incentive. It elevates the soul and inspires the wish to be able to act in this way. Even moderately young children feel this impression, and duties should never be represented to them in any other way. How many times when I was growing up did I see people in my community who believed that the basis of morality was their upbringing or their culture or their tradition or a supernatural being. Morality is not grounded in any of these things. If it was, it would weaken the supports of morality and maybe extinguish morality altogether. But people say that, you know, they don't want to do anything bad because they might go to jail, or, people um, do things that they think is good because they will go to heaven. They say that explicitly. That when I was growing up, there was this idea that, oh, the more good deeds you do, the more on the day of judgment you will you will have all of these cumulative good deeds judged, and the more you guarantee you can say your place in heaven. And if you hurt people, if you drink, um, if you don't fulfill your religious obligations, then you are accumulating bad deeds, and the more bad deeds you accumulate, the more likely it is that you will go to hell, and hell is a very scary place, and so on. And so there were all sorts of um, uh, incentives that were offered to do good things, and all sorts of um, things that were inspired to make me afraid. Um, and that's not how one should teach morality, even to young children. The basis of morality is not that you avoid negative consequence or you get positive consequences. These make morality contingent. It means that the reason that you should be a good person is that you will get something out of it. And then once it becomes transactional, then the moment that reward is taken away, or the moment that fear, the source of that fear is removed, at that point, there's no reason to be moral. And I think this is what happens sometimes, is that when people who have been brought up in a very traditional household or in a traditional culture, when they come to have the capacity to be very critical of their upbringing or of their culture, they don't have any support then. They don't know. They're thrown into a crisis in which they don't know what is good and what is evil, because they've rejected the idea of a supernatural God, and they've rejected their religion and all of these things. And now they are left without a basis. So it can actually be very dangerous. And that's not to say that popular religion is bad in all ways. If I look at maybe the very strong moral center that I think I have, where every single thing that I think of is in some way connected to the question of whether it is good or evil, it's tied to really my upbringing. I mean, I grew up in a culture where everything was a moral decision. And while I don't think that I learned how to think about morality adequately when I was a child, uh, not blaming anybody, certainly, what my childhood did give me was something that is maybe more important and better than what is not good about what I didn't receive. I think overall, I think I was better off, because what I developed was a moral conscience, even though in many ways it was misplaced, and even though I couldn't really account for it in a rational way. So Kant says now in 411, it is clear from the foregoing that all moral concepts have their seat and origin completely a priori, not learned from experience. It's not given to us by our parents. If it was, then really morality would be relative to our upbringing, as I mentioned. It's a priori, which means for Kant, it is necessary, it is universal, and it's not a concept of experience. It's not something that you will ever be able to point to. It is invisible. It is not visible. It is clear from the foregoing that all moral concepts had their seat and origin completely a priori in reason, and indeed in the most ordinary human reason. Taking a short break. I want to, at this point, jump to 412. And here Kant is going to distinguish between two kinds of necessity. He's going to distinguish between natural necessity and moral necessity. Natural necessity is describing the determination of nature in accordance with laws that nature cannot will, and in accordance and by which nature is determined. And moral necessity has to do with the necessity of obligation and responsibility that derives from human reason. Kant says everything in nature works according to laws. Only a rational being has the power to act according to his conception of laws, that is, according to principles, and thereby has he a will. Everything in nature works according to laws. How is this video possible? This video is possible because the infrastructure is in place to allow me to record a video on a computer that can then be saved into a cloud, which I can then download onto a computer and upload onto YouTube. It is incredible to me every day when I wake up and I see planes in the sky, I see cell phones where you can press some plastic keys and connect to somebody in Beijing. You have computers where you have access to all of the information around the world. You turn on the lights by pressing this plastic switch on a wall, and all of a sudden everything turns on. How is this possible? It's possible because of the history of science. It's possible because over the course of hundreds and hundreds of years, human beings have come to understand the necessities by which nature is determined. We came to understand the laws of nature. And when we come to understand the laws of nature, whether we're talking about medicine or talking about biology, talking about physics, talking about chemistry, talking about astronomy, these disciplines are possible because nature is not free. The reason that we can send a rocket ship in space and have it land on the moon is that we know the laws by which nature is determined. Um, if nature was free, if nature had a mind, if nature had reason, then we couldn't say that the moon would be in a particular place this far away from the Earth. We wouldn't be able to know how much fuel to put in the rocket ship. We wouldn't be able to um, uh, put the thrusters on the rocket ship to keep it from crashing into the moon. We wouldn't know how fast the rocket ship is going. We wouldn't know how long it would take for it to get there. Um, but even the most simplest things in our life, we take for granted. When you're walking across the street, we don't think to ourselves, oh, is our feet going to get stuck on the road? If it was possible that our feet would all of a sudden get stuck on the road, then we would never cross the street because we wouldn't know when that would happen. So every single thing that we do in our lives presupposes that we know that nature doesn't have a mind. It presupposes that we know um, and we can predict what will happen if we do X, Y, or Z. So Kant is making a very simple point. Nature works according to laws, but only a rational being has the power to act. To act expresses the power to will something. You are not reacting, you are acting. You are making a choice. Now, I'm not saying that nature reacts. It doesn't. It doesn't act or react. It simply is. But human beings act, and thus human beings can react. Newton's law of motion, that every action is an equal and opposite reaction, that's kind of anthropomorphizing nature. There is no action or reaction in nature. The human being acts, the human being reacts. And the human being acts according to his conception of laws, according to principles, thereby he has a will. Well, what is the law by which the human being acts? What is this? Um, uh, what does it mean to speak about his conception of laws um, that is according to principles? Well, when we make a choice, we originate an action out of nothing. We are not moved to make that choice. We decide to do something. I can say, well, I went inside because it was freezing outside, but it's not the cold that made me go inside. I chose to go inside because it was cold. And so sometimes we speak about the choices that we make as though they were determined. Well, I hit him because he hit me. Well, that's not, I wasn't caused to hit him because he hit me. I chose to hit him in retaliation for hitting me. But the laws by which the human being ought to act are moral laws. And when I act in a moral way, I have interpreted the situation around me and made a choice about what the right course of action is to do. So the human being is a thinking being. The human being is, insofar as he has a body, he is determined by the necessities of nature, like all things in nature are determined, right? We can't control aging. We can't control, I mean, we can't control that we age. We can't control um, that that our flesh will burn if it's put on a stovetop. We can't control our eye color. We can't control our height. We can't control the fact that our heart is beating. We can't live without a beating heart or a contraption or medical device that is a substitute for a beating heart, an artificial heart. We can't live without eating or without at least having the nutrition in our body to be able to live. We need certain things in order to support life. So we are a part of nature insofar as we are embodied beings, but we also have what the Bible calls spirit. We think, and that thinking, that power of the mind, that power of the will, is not anything that you find in nature. As I have mentioned, so while we can point to the body, we can't point to our thinking. And if I say that I spoke with my friend in Bolivia yesterday, I shared with him my ideas that I had about, for example, this video. I'm not saying that you can point to those ideas. You share ideas in a completely different way than maybe you share a meal. So the human being, insofar as he is spirit, is unnatural. The human being is beyond nature. The human being, insofar as he is spirit, belongs to the world of metaphysics. And this is where, we find the great concepts of biblical thought. They are metaphysics, and they are found in the Metaphysics of Morals. So Kant makes a very, very crucial distinction between natural necessity, what you and I might call laws of nature, and the necessity for moral action, which is not found in nature, but which is a spiritual necessity or a moral necessity, an obligation. And Kant is going to develop this idea very intensely as he works through the grounding. Now, Kant has a footnote, footnote number 3 in section number 2. And the footnote to which the footnote corresponds to the following sentence, maybe to the end of this particular passage that I'm going to read. That is practically good. I'm looking just at the end here, 413. That is practically good. That is morally good, which determines the will by means of representations of reason, and hence not by subjective causes, but objectively. That is, on grounds valid for every rational being as such. Right? That connects very much with the first expression of the moral law in section 1. Act only according to that maxim, that subjective principle of volition, that you can at the same time will to be an objective universal law. It is distinguished from the pleasant as that which includes the will only by means of sensation from merely subjective causes, right? To do something that you ought to do is quite different from doing something that is pleasing for you to do, which holds only for this or that person's senses, as do all, subjective causes rooted in sensation, but does not hold as a principle of reason valid for everyone, unlike the moral law, which is an objective, universal principle. And Kant says in this footnote, the dependence of the faculty of desire on sensations is called inclinations. Is called inclination, which accordingly always indicates a need. I'm jumping a bit. Human will can take an interest in something without thereby acting from interest. The former, that's taking an interest in something, signifies practical interest, moral interest in the action, while the latter, acting from interest, signifies pathological interest in the object of the action. It is diseased. Kant here is making the distinction between two kinds of interest: being interested in something and acting from interest. What's that distinction? Kant says, in the former case, that's taking an interest in something, the action interests me, while in the latter case, acting from interest, what interests me is the object of the action, which is diseased. Okay, that's a diseased way of relating to the world, where you are incentivized, you are acting on the basis of an incentive when as being the ground of your action. I'll give an example here that will make this clear. In the case of an action done from duty, regard must be given not to the interest in the object, but only to interest in the action itself and its rational principle, namely the law. So let's say that you were on the subway and somebody who was homeless, dressed in very old clothes, ripped up clothes, he smelled very bad, he was very haggard, very dirty, and he came to you and he says, "Excuse me, may I use your cell phone?" And you hesitate and you ignore him. And he continues walking, asking other passengers, but nobody takes him seriously. Nobody responds to him. And he comes back to you because he saw that you hesitated. And he says, "Excuse me, can I offer you $20 to use your cell phone?" And you say, "Yes, you can use the cell phone." You decided to let him use your cell phone because he offered you $20, because there was an incentive. It wasn't, you didn't do it because it was the right thing to do. You did it because the object of $20 incentivized you. You were interested not in the action. You weren't driven by the moral necessity in you to let him use your cell phone. You were you were moved by the object of the action. That's the distinction Kant makes. Being interested in the action means taking an interest in what is the right thing to do. Being interested in that moment, understanding what is at stake in that moment, being alive to it, being sensitive to it, being aware. That's taking an interest. If you take an interest in your life, you are attentive and aware to the things that are going on. If you are interested in the object of the action, then you are determined not by the moral necessity that comes with taking an interest in life, you are determined by the incentive. And this is pathological for Kant. This is a pathological way of relating to the world, where you don't do something, you don't do what is right because it is right. You do what will appear right because of some kind of external reward, or avoidance of some kind of external punishment. That's pathological. That's not taking an interest in your life. What follows at this point is a really, really critical distinction between two kinds of imperatives. So Kant says, this is still at 414. Now, all imperatives command either hypothetically or categorically. Okay, what is an imperative? Well, Kant explained that at 413. He said there, all imperatives are expressed by an ought and thereby indicate the relation of an objective law of reason to a will that is not necessarily determined by this law. So imperatives carry the ought. You ought to do something. If I say that, oh, it's imperative for me to complete this video, I'm saying that I really ought to complete this video. I have to do it. It's imperative for you to, eat healthy when you're not feeling well. I'm indicating to you that it's important, it is necessary, it is really something you should do, you ought to do. When you're not healthy, you ought to eat well. You ought to eat healthy. So all imperatives are expressed by an ought and thereby indicate a relation of an objective law of reason to a will that is not necessarily determined by this law. We say that it's imperative that this person does something when he has a choice, when he's not determined, when he could go one way or he could go another way, right? I'm a teacher at university, and I can tell a student that it's imperative that you study for this test. I'm indicating it's necessary that you study for this test. You ought to study for this test. You should study for this test. It implies that he can choose not to study. So imperatives are always necessities that are not natural necessities, because natural necessity doesn't express choice. Moral necessity expresses choice, expresses the power of choice, or presupposes the power of choice. So Kant distinguishes between two kinds of imperatives: a hypothetical imperatives, that's one kind of necessity, and a categorical imperative, that's another kind of necessity. Now, all imperatives command either hypothetically or categorically. The former, that's hypothetical imperatives, represent the necessity of a possible action as a means for attaining something else that one wants or one may possibly want. The categorical imperative would be one which represented action as objectively necessary in itself without reference to another end. So, two kinds of imperatives. Hypothetical imperative, it's necessary in order to get something that you want. A categorical imperative, it's necessary in itself, whether you want it or not. In a hypothetical imperative, it's subjectively necessary. If I want to lose 10 pounds, it is imperative that I eat nutritiously. It is imperative that I get exercise. These are necessities for me if I want to lose weight. It's conditional. If I decide I don't want to lose weight, then I don't have to eat a certain way that would be recommended to me by a dietitian, and I would not have to get more exercise. If I want to be healthy, I need to eat well, I need to get exercise, but I might decide I don't want to be healthy, in which case I do not need to eat well or get exercise. Now, that last example is actually not proper, because for Kant, it's a moral obligation to be healthy, because in being healthy, you are treating yourself with the respect and with the dignity that you deserve. So that example actually doesn't work. But if you want to lose weight, if you want to complete this marathon, then you need to train. But you might decide you don't want to complete this marathon. There's no moral obligation one way or the other, in which case you would not need to train. So in a hypothetical imperative, the imperative is always conditional on the specific end, the subjective end that the individual chooses. But once that subjective end drops away, then the imperatives also drop away. So there's no moral necessity to, for example, running a marathon. It's a subjective want. Some people might want to, some people might not want to. If you want to, then there are certain necessities that come into play, certain things that you need to do, certain imperatives that you need to follow. But a categorical imperative is not conditional. It's not up to you. It doesn't depend on your subjective wants. A categorical imperative is categorically binding. It is necessarily binding, whether you want to or not, whether you want it to be binding or not, unlike running a marathon. So Kant says in what follows, every practical law represents a possible action as good and hence as necessary for a subject who is practically determinable by reason. Therefore, all imperatives are formulas for determining an action, which is necessary according to the principle of a will that is good in some way. I don't think that's particularly instructive. Kant has already explained imperatives on page number 413, at 413, as I mentioned. All imperatives are expressed by an ought and thereby indicate the relation of an objective law of reason to a will that is not necessarily determined by this law. We've talked about it. Now, if the action would be good merely as a means to something else, so is the imperative hypothetical. But if the action is represented as good in itself, and hence as necessary in a will which of itself conforms to reason as the principle of the will, then the imperative is categorical. So hypothetical imperatives are good as a means to something else. If you want to run a marathon, then it is good to train. But if you don't want to run a marathon, then the imperative drops away. A categorical imperative is not dependent on a subjective end. It is good in itself, or the fulfillment of the categorical imperative is good in itself, regardless of your specific ends. So the distinction between hypothetical imperative and categorical imperative is the distinction between subjective necessity and objective necessity. It's the distinction between good as a means to some other end and good in itself. And moral actions, as Kant indicated in section number 1, must be good in itself. It is the only thing that is good in itself. A good will is that than which nothing greater can be conceived. This is how Kant opens the grounding. There's no possibility even of thinking of anything at all in the world or out of it, which can be called good without qualification except a good will. Nothing else can be called good in itself. And a good will is good not because of what it accomplishes, not because of its results, but it is good merely in its willing. So Kant continues in this description, in this analysis of the distinction. A hypothetical imperative thus says only that an action is good for some purpose, either possible or actual. A categorical imperative, which declares an action to be of itself objectively necessary without reference to any purpose, that is, without any other end, holds as an apodictic, practical or moral principle. That's demonstrable or demonstrated moral principle. If you want to go to law school, then you need to study for the LSAT. There's no moral necessity for you to go to law school. If you want to go to law school, it is imperative that you study for the LSAT. But going to law school is hypothetical. You may want to, you may not want to. And there's no moral judgment either way. But being an honest person, telling the truth, treating another person as a human being, whether he is a friend, a neighbor, a stranger, or an enemy, not taking advantage of people, being fair. These imperatives are not dependent on any end. Be fair if you want to, have a good reputation. That's not moral. If you are fair simply because you want to have a good reputation, then that imperative, that moral imperative, has been turned into a hypothetical imperative. And that's what Kant called diseased. That's what happens with a diseased way of thinking. I should be fair. I should be honest. I should treat my neighbor well because I want a good reputation. It's a means to an end. It's a means to an end that I think is more important. And what's the end that I think is more important? Having a good reputation. If I could, do what I wanted and still have a good reputation, then I would do that, because ultimately what matters to me is having a good reputation. That's diseased. A moral action is an action where the end in itself, the highest goal, is in being moral. There is no higher goal than that. You are not acting on the basis of consequences. You're not acting on the basis of anything hypothetical. It is categorical, and you will do it. You must do it. New paragraph then, 415. Whatever is possible only through the powers of some rational being can be thought of as a possible purpose of some will. Consequently, there are in fact infinitely many principles of action insofar as they are represented as necessary for attaining a possible purpose achievable by them. You can't count the number of hypothetical imperatives that you live by, and I mean that are involved in your life. We all have hypothetical imperatives. You all live with hypothetical imperatives. I want to create if I want to create a Lego castle, it's imperative that I buy Lego pieces. If I want to go out for a run, it's imperative that I wear running shoes and so on. There's no moral necessity for me to go out for a run. If I want to, if I want my teeth, if I want my mouth to be smelling fresh all the time, then I need to brush more than once a day, and that kind of thing. There's no moral necessity in brushing once a day. But if I want my mouth to be fresh all the time, then yes, I can do that. So we all have hypothetical imperatives. Hypothetical imperatives are not evil or bad. It's not the case that hypothetical imperatives are immoral and categorical imperatives are moral. Hypothetical imperatives are subjective ends, and we all have subjective ends, subjective wants. They can be immoral if the ends are immoral. Then, of course, the hypothetical imperative will be immoral. If what is most important to me is that I make money, then there are also going to be all sorts of hypothetical imperatives that come into play that are immoral because my highest goal is to make money. And so, hypothetical imperatives could be, well, I'm always working, which is not good. That, I'm willing to steal for it. I'm willing to manipulate for it. I'm willing to sell people things they don't want or they don't need. I'm willing to, commit crimes and so on. So with hypothetical imperatives, Kant says that what counts is imperatives that will take you to your end. But if your end is evil, then the hypothetical imperatives become evil, or acting on the basis of those hypothetical imperatives become evil. But if the ends are just, preferences, then there's no issue with following hypothetical imperatives or acting on their basis. But behind everything, there has to be a categorical imperative. That's the imperative that everyone must follow all the time without exception. And so the nature of the hypothetical imperative has to be or can be understood only in light of how it stands in relation to the categorical imperative. So a hypothetical imperative that, I should do something in order to attain some end that I've chosen, whether or not that hypothetical imperative is good or evil depends on whether or not it's consistent with my moral obligation. Kant at this point makes a really, really remarkable claim. It's so insightful. It's something that is personally very close to my heart because it communicates for me the real problem with conventional or popular education in a very concise way. Kant says, still at 415, since there cannot be known in early youth what ends may be presented to us in the course of life, parents especially seek to have their children learn many different kinds of things. And they provide for skill in the use of means to all sorts of arbitrary ends, among which they cannot determine whether any one of them could in the future become an actual purpose for their ward, though there is always the possibility that he might adopt it. Their concern is so great that they commonly neglect to form and correct their children's judgment regarding the worth of things which might be chosen as ends. What is Kant saying there? When parents send their children to school, higher education, for example, they want their sons or daughters to develop skills, intelligence, oratory skills, writing skills, knowledge. They want their sons or daughters to have resources to be able to use them if the need arises. But And Kant says that the way in which they send their sons and daughters to school um, so that they will be able to reach their ends, whatever their ends happen to be. If their ends are to be, you know, if a child wants to be a lawyer, then the person will develop the skills to be a lawyer. If the child wants to be a doctor, the child will go to be a doctor. Or if somebody wants to, become a carpenter, he will learn the skills to become a carpenter, and so on. But the concern, Kent says, is so great on the part of parents to have their sons or daughters have the skills that they need to get what they want, or get what they choose to do, or be successful, you can say, in life, that they don't ask what ends the child will choose. The focus is on developing the skills to attain ends, but what about the ends that are chosen? And it's fascinating to me because even today, when students are going into professional school, for example, law school or medical school or graduate school, very few people ever talk to me about why they are doing that. The task is to go to law school. And so they focus on getting the credentials, reference letters, high grades, high LSAT scores to be able to get into law school. But why do they want to go to law school? Do they want to go to law school to make money? Do they want to go to law school because it's prestigious? Do they want to go to law school because they will have a strong reputation? Do they want to go to law school because they want to have their name, in the history books as being one of the best lawyers? Do they want to go to law school because they want to have a nice car and a large house? Do they want to go to law school because they want to find a partner, find somebody to marry, another lawyer? Do they want to go to law school because it's attractive to somebody maybe that they're interested in? If you want to go to law school because you want to make money, then as a lawyer, you will do whatever is required in order to make money, if that's your highest goal. If you're a criminal lawyer, you will prosecute the innocent, you will defend the guilty, you will charge as much as you can, even for people who can't afford it. You will bill every minute that you're on the phone with the client, regardless of how desperate he or she is. You won't likely do pro bono work. So what counts is not skills, which is what the universities are focused on, in my experience. There's no moral center at the university. In fact, the courses that are about moral thinking have essentially been, they've been dropped from the university curriculum. At least many of them have been, because the focus now is on, the things that will make money. And it doesn't sound like there is a moral center even to high school education. The focus is on, being a good student, but by good student, nobody thinks is the student is the student respectful to himself and to his peers and to the teachers. Being a good student generally means getting high grades. So the whole notion of what education is, Kant is bringing into light here. Ultimately, any meaningful education has to be moral education. It can't be simply instrumental education. It can't simply be education that teaches the skills in order to get to whatever end that you want. without a critique of the specific ends that you want. So Kant says that, in fact, when you think about ends of human beings, there is one end that is common to everybody. And he said this in section 1 too, and that end is happiness. Kant says that it belongs to his essence at page number 416, margin number 416. Okay, it belongs to his essence. There's no human being who does not desire to be happy. But as he mentioned in section 1, this is like a counterweight. And of course, it puts the human being in a situation where he will have to contend with these natural wants that are not always going to be easy for him when he is faced with choices in his life. But the imperatives that are necessary in order to be happy, and that will vary for each and every individual, are not the same as the categorical imperative that is universal, the moral imperative. And Kant says there is one imperative which immediately commands a certain conduct without having as its condition any other purpose to be attained by it. This imperative is categorical. It is not concerned with the matter of the action and its intended result, but rather with the form of the action and the principle from which it follows. What is essentially good in the action consists in the mental disposition, let the consequences be what they may. This imperative may be called that of morality. Now, when Kant says, let the consequences be what they may, I think this is not really adequately expressed, and it's not adequate to what he has in mind. Kant is not saying the consequences aren't important. He's not saying that when you act, don't think about the consequences. On the contrary, the categorical imperative, and maybe I haven't mentioned this, this is what the moral law is called now in light of the distinction between hypothetical and categorical. The moral law is a categorical imperative. It is not a hypothetical imperative. So Kant is, now that he has distinguished between hypothetical and categorical, he's now going to be referring to the moral law as the categorical imperative. Kant isn't saying that consequences aren't important. When you act on the basis of a categorical imperative, when you act on the basis of a moral principle, of course you're considering consequences. Of course you're considering, if I do this, how will it affect other people? How can you possibly decide what to do if you're not considering how this is going to affect every other person? Of course. When I go on the subway and I use my card to pay for it, I'm thinking to myself, or I ought to be thinking to myself, if I don't do this, how will this affect others? And if you think seriously about it, you see that, of course, it will affect others, because if everybody was to act on the basis of that same principle that I'm acting on at this very moment, then there would be no subway service at all, because nobody would be paying. Or at least not enough people would be paying to support the service. So, of course, you consider the consequences. The question is there, can you deduce the morality of an action on the basis of the consequences? And of course, the answer is no. So that's a critical distinction that we need to make. I will return in a moment. According to Kant, the idea of happiness is what he calls indeterminate. nobody really has a clear and distinct idea of what it is that he wants when he says that he wants happiness. We know this in today's world. Many people think that certain things will make them happy. Having a nice house, having a nice car, having money, having somebody whom that person has been interested in for a long time, getting married to that person. Um, and sometimes when we attain the things that we think will make us happy, we find that we are not happy. We didn't anticipate the problems that we face when we attain the thing that we thought that we wanted. There are people who think, a lot of people who think that money will make them happy. But with money also comes a lot of problems. And, not the least of which is not knowing really what the intentions are of people who all of a sudden start coming into your life. Are they in your life because they value you as a person, or are they in your life because they value what you have? There are many rich people who marry younger people. Sometimes the age difference is quite dramatic. And, people who see what is happening ask questions, I think, legitimately. Is this person with this other person because he has money, or is this person with this person because he or she really, really loves that person? And, you can go to a very poor place in the world where there is a really strong sense of community. People are smiling. People really enjoy working. They enjoy getting up in the morning. They enjoy their days. And you look at where they live and you look at what they have, and they have actually very, very little. But there is meaning and there is purpose in their lives. And other people, they have so much, they have everything that you think a person could ever want, but the person is not happy. They lack any meaningful, they lack a meaningful network of relations, or a network of meaningful relations. And sometimes we also hear cases where people commit suicide. They take their own lives despite the fact that they are rich and they, seem to have everything that one could ever want. Other times we see people who are just miserable. They have a lot of things. They have a lot of money, but they're not smiling. They're very irritable. They use drugs. They drink. They do things that an outside observer would think, oh my God, they're destroying their lives, that they drink excessively and so on. They're in ill health, and makes you wonder, what exactly is happiness? Is the person who has a yacht and a palace, but who doesn't seem to smile very much, and who works a lot, and who has really not much time to enjoy what he has, is that person really happier than somebody who just has who plays soccer with his friends out on a soccer field? When I think about my life, there were times where I think I didn't have very much, but I was very happy because I really appreciated what I have. Sometimes that's more important than having a lot and not appreciating what you have. What counts is not maybe how much you have, but how you relate to what you have. And there are people who have, 500 acres and a giant, $100 million mansion, but who are disgruntled because the neighbor has, uh, a mansion that is twice as big and twice the acreage and so on. And then when you get into that comparative kind of thinking, then it seems like nothing will ever be enough because there will always be someone who has more than you. And if your task is to have more than anybody else, then it seems like you will always be disappointed. So Kant says in 418, does he really want riches? Does a man really want riches? How much anxiety, envy, and intrigue might he not thereby bring down upon his own head? We know that people who are rich are often the target. They become a target. They're not even able to go to a restaurant and just enjoy a meal because they have to have security detail around them. They're always afraid. They receive death threats. They have they have a large mansion, but everything has to be locked with 4 or 5 alarms. Um, how happy can one really be when one is in that kind of constant fear for his life, and is in an anxious state? And really, again, where one has to then worry about what one's motives are when one comes into one's life, right? How do you even know who your friends are if you are so rich and if you can offer a number, I don't know, if you have money to give, or you have things to share, expensive things that people want, how do you know what somebody's motives are? It sometimes, can that anxiety can detract from the happiness that we thought we would feel. In fact, it can overwhelm the happiness that we thought that we would feel. Or does he want knowledge and insight? Perhaps these might only give him an eye that much sharper for revealing that much more dreadfully evils which are at present hidden. Right? The more you know about things that actually will cause stress in your life. The sharper your eyes will be to things maybe that you hadn't noticed before or paid attention to before. The more understanding you have about the environment, the more understanding you have about how human beings are damaging the environment in all sorts of ways. So knowledge is also that which causes us to see not only what is good, but also what is evil more carefully, more sharply, more intensely. And Kant goes on. And he says, now, before I go on, I should mention that the idea that truth makes one happy is not true. And it doesn't mean in any way that we should not seek the truth or seek to know things that we don't currently know. But if we do that because we expect that it will make us happy, we are often in for a very very strong disappointment, because the fact is that sometimes what will make us happy is not knowing certain things. There is this very common phrase, ignorance is bliss. Ignorance is not bliss. In a world where there is no knowledge of good and evil, as was the case in the ancient Greek world, there was no bliss. There was war. without knowledge of good and evil, there is going to be an unending state of conflict, because what is good to me is evil to you, and what is good to you is evil to me. So I'm not saying that ignorance is bliss by any, I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that if we are thinking about what makes us happy, we cannot say that truth makes us happy. Sometimes one is happier without knowing truth, or without knowing what is true. And this is entirely consistent with Kant's claim that human being has a purpose that is much higher than happiness, precisely because the human being is not determined by his merely natural wants or instincts. The human being has reason, and reason is it's in many ways a calling. It places a demand on us that is not placed on any creature of instinct, any creature that does not have reason. So Kant says that, in brief, he, the human being, is not able on any principle to determine with complete certainty what will make him truly happy, because to do so would require omniscience. I'm jumping a bit, closing in on the end of 418. The problem of determining certainly and universally what action will promote the happiness of a rational being is completely insoluble. One will never know, especially because one's own constitution changes, and we can't possibly anticipate what it is that we will want as our physical constitution changes. In many ways, what we want is dependent on our circumstances, our biology, and so on. So if one is thinking about satisfying all of one's wants, one needs to understand that the very satisfaction of one's wants will create new wants. For example, if I want an iPhone and I think that an iPhone will make me happy, and I buy this iPhone, then I realize that, in fact, I need all other things. I need a whole bunch of other things in order to make that iPhone even work. I need to pay for, a plan. I might need a screen protector, or I might want a screen protector. I might need to pay for warranty. I might need these accessories like AirPods and other things. So the very satisfaction of a need creates new needs. And in many ways, the one who thinks that one is satisfying the need in getting the iPhone actually has more needs after he gets the iPhone than he did before. And each one of us will, be able to understand that in our own unique way. If somebody buys a large house and, thinks that will make one happy, then of course with the house comes the fact that we now need to decorate the house. We need furniture that will match the house, and so on. And so now we need to buy all this furniture. And if one buys all this furniture, that's going to create, the problem with the fact that, well, maybe this furniture doesn't match this artwork that I have, and now I need new artwork. Or I need certain cleaners for this furniture. And so we can see how, in fact, what appears to be a satisfaction of a need is actually a creation of new needs that also will need to be satisfied. And in satisfying those needs, we will need, further things. So Kant, the whole idea that that happiness is the end of human life is a false idea. And the idea that the human being knows what will make him happy, that's also a false idea. Kant continues at 420, and he says, whatever is necessarily merely in order to attain some arbitrary purpose can be regarded as in itself contingent. And the precept can always be ignored once the purpose is abandoned. Here he is speaking about hypothetical imperatives, right? Hypothetical imperatives are contingent on the end that you have chosen. But if you choose a different end, then those imperatives fall away. Contrariwise, Kant says, an unconditioned command does not leave the will free to choose the opposite at its own liking. Consequently, only such a command carries with it that necessity which is demanded from a law. That is a categorical imperative where it doesn't matter what the human being likes or does not like. He must choose what he ought to choose. But that must does not translate into him actually choosing it. I must treat another human being with respect. It doesn't mean that that must means that I will treat the human being with respect. A moral necessity does not translate into actually fulfilling that moral necessity. It stands as an ought. And this relates very much to what Kant said actually earlier about the idea of a law. And this is at 416, and then I'll jump back to where I am. But at 416, he says, law alone involves the concept of a necessity that is unconditioned and indeed objective and hence universally valid. And commands are laws which must be obeyed, that is, must be followed even in opposition to inclination. So there you get the idea of a law as being categorical, categorical as being that which is universally valid as being that which is objective, objective being that which is unconditioned. Must be followed does not mean will be followed. It's interesting that Kant speaks about this command of reason, because when you think about the Hebrew scriptures and you think about the 10 commandments, they are commandments that are coming from God. And God, I indicated one way of thinking about God is that God is that which expresses the absolute necessity of a moral imperative. And so if I say that this command comes from God, I'm indicating that it is categorical. It is necessary. It is universally binding. Thou shalt. Not thou shalt not murder if, or thou shalt not murder under certain circumstances, or thou shalt not steal if such and such. That would make the command hypothetical. But thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not commit adultery, and so on. It's period. It's categorical. Whether you want to or not, regardless of your circumstances, regardless of where you were born, regardless of where you live, regardless of your cultural milieu. So in Kant, the commands do not come from God, they come from reason. And one should ask oneself, in thinking about what Kant is communicating, do these mean the same thing? That a commandment from God, in fact, means a commandment of inner necessity, a commandment that emerges from the very nature of being human. Does a commandment from God indicate that the commandment is unconditional? Does it indicate that the commandment is a priori, necessary and universal? Now, Kant continues at 421. I'm jumping the parts that I think are maybe less important. And at 421, Kant says, there is only one categorical imperative, and it is this: act only according to that maxim, whereby you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. We've seen that's the first formulation of the categorical imperative. There will be other formulations of the categorical imperative, but there is only one imperative. There's only one categorical imperative. It can be expressed in different ways, but it doesn't mean there are actually three ways in which Kant expresses or articulates the categorical imperative in the grounding. It doesn't mean there are three categorical imperatives. Now, if you think about the categorical imperative, act only according to that maxim that you can at the same time will that it should become a universal law. Ask yourself, how is this different from the golden rule in the New Testament? And how is it different from the principle in the Hebrew scriptures, love your neighbor as yourself? When you are told love your neighbor as yourself, you are commanded to treat your neighbor in a way that you would want to be treated. Not love your neighbor greater than yourself and not love your neighbor less than yourself, but love your neighbor as yourself. So when you see another human being, see yourself in the other. And when you think about yourself, see the other in yourself. So all of a sudden, you are now a stranger to yourself. You are the stranger. And the stranger is you. And when you think about the enemy, see yourself in the enemy and see the enemy in yourself, that in yourself which you must overcome. So you can see how the commandment, love your neighbor as yourself, is a commandment that demands of you to treat the other person, no matter how you may feel about him, no matter what your natural inclinations may be towards him, to treat the other person as a human being. In doing so, you are affirming your right to be treated in the same way. And so if you are an enemy to somebody else, you are affirming your right to be treated by that person as a human being, regardless of whatever natural feelings the other person might have towards you. So love your neighbor as yourself is actually the same commandment or expresses the same principle as do unto others as you would have others do unto you, which is the central commandment, as Jesus understands it, of the entire Hebrew scriptures. He says in chapter 7 of the Gospel of Matthew, verse 12, in everything treat others as you would want to be treated. This is the law and the prophets. He compresses the entire Hebrew scriptures into one principle, a moral principle. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. That's the teaching of the law, the first 5 books of the Hebrew scriptures. That's the teaching of the prophets, the Hebrew prophets. That's the teaching of the entire Hebrew scriptures. So if you had to crystallize all of the teachings in the Hebrew scriptures, the central meaning of all the concepts like God and commandments and redemption and love and repentance is a concept in the New Testament. It's also present in the Old Testament, certainly in spirit. Idea of spirit, the idea of good, doing good and not evil. All of these concepts and many, many other concepts, including concepts like resurrection and redemption, I'm not sure if I mentioned that, and miracle, all of these ultimately express a moral relationship, a moral obligation that one individual has to another. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you, not do unto others as others do unto you, but do unto others as you would have others do unto you. So if Jesus was to have said, do unto others as others do unto you, treat others as they treat you, that would very quickly spiral into retaliation or revenge, or an eye for an eye, or at least a bad reading or interpretation of an eye for an eye, which could be read as revenge. Ultimately, it means justice, it means accountability. So what Kant is articulating in the categorical imperative is a variation of the golden rule. It's a variation of the principle, love your neighbor as yourself, in the Hebrew scriptures. And Kant is a biblical thinker. His moral foundation is drawing from the scriptures. Now, Kant discusses different kinds of duties, which I'm not going to discuss here because I don't think that they are relevant for the central point that he makes. And I don't think actually that they help clarify things when he discusses perfect duties from imperfect duties and so on. Now, the comment that I just made is very interesting, and I think that it captures something that is very important. What did I just do? I said, well, I don't think that Kant is his discussion of perfect duties and imperfect duties helps clarify his essential point. What am I saying? I'm saying that I, as a reader, need to be critical of a text, any text that I read, and even texts, maybe especially texts that I think are exceptional, like the grounding for the metaphysics of morals. I am still critical of what it says. How else could I accept it? How else could I accept something except by pushing hard against it and seeing whether the text can stand up to the force that I bring to it? I have to approach the text with a respect for myself, with a conviction and a commitment to the authority that I bring to the text. I have to approach the text as a reader that is critical of the text and not simply as obsequious to the text, accepting everything that it said. If I approach the text in the latter way, as someone who accepted everything that it said, then I would not be able to say, I think this is important, I think that is not important, and I will focus on this and I'll not focus on that. The authority of the text is brought to light through a reader who approaches the text authoritatively, critically, and asks questions. You know, there are many people today who think that in order to accept something, truly accept something, or show one's commitment to something or someone, one has to just listen to what that person says and accept it, right? And sometimes parents, parent in a way that it seems like the reason that the child should listen to them is because they said so. And so they tell the child, do this. The child asks, why? Because I said so. Of course, that's not a strong foundation. That's authoritarian. That's not authoritative. To be authoritative means to be able to provide reasons for the judgment that you have made, to be able to account for the judgment that you have made. And in fact, to be authoritarian is a very, very weak foundation because it actually doesn't have any rational basis, which is why the authoritarian has to exert power or rest his decisions or judgments on power. But if you have a rational basis, then you have authority. You can speak with authority. And we know that in the Gospels, Jesus is said to speak with authority, unlike the authority of the scribes. or the experts in the law. So there's a difference between having authority and being authoritarian. And to speak with authority is to speak with truth, to speak in a way that you can justify the claims that you make, and you can defend the claims that you make on rational grounds. So I will be critical of the text, and I will, of course, make judgments about what is important and what is not important. And I will have to do that with everyone, particularly in relation to texts that are closest to me, and with people, particularly in relation to people who are closest to me. And the whole idea of friendships as being of a kind where you don't criticize your friend, you simply accept what your friend says. And so the best friendships are friendships where there's no conflict. I don't accept that at all. I think the friendships that are most meaningful and that will count the most may be the friendships which have the most tension and the most friction, because you have the confidence in yourself and in your friend to be able to criticize your friend when you believe that he or she does something that he or she shouldn't do. And that's confidence in the friendship to be able to doubt, to be able to ask questions, to be able to hold your friend accountable. That's not a weak thing. That's a strong relationship. So Jesus says in the Gospel of Matthew, I believe it's chapter 9, if I'm not mistaken, or chapter 10, but that, I haven't come to bring peace to the world. I've come to bring the sword, and to set father against daughter, mother against son, daughter-in-law against father-in-law, and even the members of one's own household will be at odds with each other, something to that effect. I'm paraphrasing. And of course, with the idea of having confidence in your own authority, with your idea of living from a moral ground, with the commitment to act from duty, that's going to offend people who are power hungry. It's going to offend people who expect that you just listen to what they say because they said so. It's going to offend people who don't want to be held accountable, which is what somebody who is truly moral would do when he sees another person, even if he or she is his closest friend or partner, doing something that he or she shouldn't do. So even one's own family will be torn apart if one's family is weak, if one's family is based on a power structure and not on a standard of truth. So Kant says at 424, if we now attend to ourselves in any transgression of duty, we find that we actually do not will that our maxim should become a universal law, because that is impossible for us, but rather that the opposite of this maxim should remain a law universally. We only take the liberty of making an exception to the law for ourselves, or just for this one time, to the advantage of our inclination. Consequently, if we weighed up everything from one and the same standpoint, namely that of reason, we would find a contradiction in our own will, namely that a certain principle be objectively necessary as a universal law, and yet subjectively not hold universally, but should admit of exceptions. Let's stop there for a second. What does Kant mean when he speaks about any transgression of duty? So any time when you or I or any person does not act morally, does not act from a moral principle, does not act from a categorical imperative, being in contradiction with himself. In what sense is a human being who does something that he ought not to do in contradiction with his own will? Well, I think one of the things Kant is saying is that the categorical imperative emerges from the reality that you are a rational being. You are a human being, you are a person. You think, you have spirit. You are not merely an object of nature. From that fact, you are obligated to treat yourself as a person and not as a thing. You are obligated to treat yourself as a human being. Why? Because you are a human being. And you are obligated to treat every other human being as a human being because he or she is a human being and not an object of nature. That is why she thinks. That is why she is self-conscious. That is why she has the power to determine herself. That is why she has the power of freedom. So, from the very fact that we are human beings, we have an obligation and a responsibility and an inner necessity to treat ourselves and others, neighbors, friends, enemies, as such. It's so simple. It's so simple. And Kant says that when we transgress our duties and act on the basis of a maxim that we do not will to be a universal law, what we are really doing is we are taking advantage of the moral action of other people who do will from the categorical imperative, and we are using their morality against them. And so somebody who steals from others is actually willing that everybody trusts him so that he can take advantage of their trust that they have in him and use it against them. And so one is actually willing the opposite, Kant's point is, of what one says one wills. So if somebody steals from another person and that person says, it's okay for me to do that, his real commitment is that it is not okay to do that. Because if it was okay to do that, then he would have to suffer distrust from everybody, in which case stealing would even be impossible. So in order for him to get what he wants, he has to will that other people are not like him, that other people act on the basis of a different standard than he acts, so that he can, again, take exception to the rule or principle that he wants everyone to follow. He can take exception to that, fly under the radar, and not be noticed as taking exception to the rule. So Kant says in the lines that I read, we only take the liberty of making an exception to the law for ourselves, or just for this one time, to the advantage of our inclination. Consequently, if we weighed up everything from one and the same standpoint, namely that of reason, we would find a contradiction in our own will, namely that a certain principle would be objectively necessary as a universal law, and yet subjectively not hold universally, but should admit exceptions, right? This is coming back to the idea that we've discussed before of holding double standards, that there is one standard for me, it's okay for me to steal, and another standard for you, it's not okay for you to steal. It's okay for me to treat you as an object, it's not okay for you to treat me as an object. It's okay for me to lie. It's not okay for you to lie. It's okay for me to cheat. It's not okay for you to cheat. And so on and so on and so on. Any transgression seems to be at bottom a kind of lie. We are lying to ourselves. And we're lying to others. When we do anything that we ought not to do, we are deceiving ourselves into thinking that it is okay, while we really know that it is not okay. Because if it was okay for me, it would be okay for everybody. And if it was okay for everybody, then I wouldn't even be in a position to succeed in taking advantage of you because nobody would trust me. So Kant says, in continuing where I left off, still at 424, but since we at one moment regard our action from the standpoint of a will wholly in accordance with reason, and then at another moment regard the very same action from the standpoint of a will affected by inclination, there is really no contradiction here. I'm jumping a bit. We actually acknowledge the validity of the categorical imperative, and with all respect for it, merely allow ourselves a few exceptions. So when Kant says that there is really no contradiction, what I think he is saying there is that we can explain it. We can explain why this happens. We can explain why we do evil. Because we are affected by our inclinations, even though we know that from the standpoint of reason, we ought not to do that. We're affected by our wants, and we give in to our wants. We make the choice to do what we know we ought not to do. So, of course, we are in contradiction with ourselves, but to be in contradiction with ourselves does not mean we can't explain it. We can't explain why this happens. And so when Kant says there is really no contradiction here, he means that it's not a logical contradiction, which can never be explained. Like, for example, I am at this moment making this video, and I'm at this moment not making this video. You know, assuming moment means the same thing in both cases, that would be a logical contradiction. Or a lion is a kind of cat, a lion is not a kind of cat. That would be a contradiction, a logical contradiction. That's not what Kant is talking about. This is not a logical contradiction. It's, you can say, an existential contradiction, where we are contradicting ourselves. We have two voices. One voice says we ought it is okay to do this, and one voice says it is not okay to do this. And the voice that says it is okay to do this, when I do something that I ought not to do, that voice is a voice of reason that is overpowered by inclinations, or allows itself to be overpowered by inclinations. And the voice that says it is not okay is the voice of reason that does not allow itself to be overpowered by inclinations. So Kant in 425 repeats or re-expresses, I don't think he really repeats himself ever in the grounding, but he certainly re-expresses himself in many, many different ways. It's part of his incredible originality in being able to take one idea and explore it from so many different angles and express that idea in many, many different ways. And Kant says at 425, duty has to be a practical, a moral, unconditioned necessity of action. Hence, it must hold for all rational beings to whom alone an imperative is at all applicable, right? We don't speak about imperatives as applicable to non-rational beings. We don't talk about gorillas as having imperatives, or fish as having imperatives, or, praying mantises as having imperatives. with the human being, with self-consciousness, with reason, comes imperatives. And for this reason, only can it also be a law for all human wills. Right? If it wasn't unconditioned, then it could never be universal. He goes on, the sublimity and inner worth of the command are so much more evident in a duty, the fewer subjective causes there are for it, and the more they oppose it. Such causes do not in the least weaken the necessitation exerted by the law or take away anything from its validity. So I think here, I think Kant is indicating that when we act morally, the fact that we are acting morally, or the grounds of our action, the moral grounds of our action, shine more brightly when we have to overcome strong inclinations in ourselves to do the opposite, to give in to our self-interest, to do something that we know we ought not to do. When we have those inclinations and we overcome those inclinations through freely willing the categorical imperative, or to act on the basis of the categorical imperative, it is more visible. The morality of our action, you can say, is more visible than if we have a natural disposition to do what is right anyway. When we act against our own sensual, you can say, interests or desires, then we are making more visible that we are committed to the moral law. Whereas if our natural constitution is such to do things that we ought to do, it's hard sometimes to distinguish whether we're acting from natural constitution or whether we're acting from moral grounds. That's not to say that I need to sneeze. Sorry, I had to sneeze there. That's not to say that that one action is more valuable than the other, or that one action is more moral than the other, simply because, it's more visible when we act in ways that we show the power of overcoming our own inclinations that maybe exert some kind of influence for us to do the opposite. At 426, Kant says that the principles of reason must have an origin that is completely a priori, right? Completely independent of experience or not derived from experience. And must at the same time derive from such origin their authority to command. I'm not sure that makes sense. Must have an origin that is completely a priori and must at the same time derive from such origin their authority to command. I think Kant is indicating there that it has to derive from the authority to command, reason or freedom. They expect nothing from the inclination of men, but rather expect everything from the supremacy of the law and from the respect owed to the law. And Kant has said earlier that we don't respect things. What is an object of respect is the law. We like things, but we don't respect things. Respect is a uniquely human concept. We don't speak about animals having respect for one another. Respect implies a moral relation. When you respect someone, you are in a moral relationship with that person. Hence, everything empirical, based on experience or derived from experience, is not only quite unsuitable as a contribution to the principle of morality, but is even highly detrimental to the purity of morals. If you pay a debt that you owe someone, and somebody asks you, I saw that you paid the debt. Why did you decide to do it when you could have, kept the money? And you say, well, because I learned from my parents that I should do this. I should always do this, or I always saw my parents repaying their debts. It's not a moral ground. Or if you say, well, culturally, that's what we do in Canada, that's not a moral ground. But if you say, well, I'm paying my debts because I have an obligation to the person to pay the debt, that's the moral ground. So when you take motives for your action from experience or from your history or from your upbringing or things like this, and make it appear like that's the basis of your action, that's not a moral basis. That's all I think Kant is saying here. In practical philosophy, in moral philosophy, the concern is not with accepting grounds for what happens, but with accepting laws of what ought to happen, even though it never does happen. That is, the concern is with objectively practical laws. The concern is objectively practical laws. This is at 427. And so this takes us back to what Kant had said earlier, that the task here Kant is not doing sociology. He's not exploring how people do act. He's exploring how people ought to act. He's offering a proof, a rational proof for how people ought to act. And so, it's not an argument to say, well, people don't act that way. Nobody acts that way. All one would be doing there is simply pointing to what is the case, whereas Kant's metaphysics of morals, grounding for the metaphysics of morals, his purpose is to establish a grounding for the spirit, which is beyond the world of nature, beyond the world of physics, for the actions, a moral ground for the will of the spirit. Still at 427. Here, the concern is with objectively practical laws, and hence with the relation of a will to itself, insofar as it is determined solely by reason. What is a true relationship of a human being with himself? What would it mean for a human being to truly relate to himself? What would it mean for a human being to be in harmony with himself? What would it mean for a human being to express the truth of himself? For Kant, what that would mean would be to be moral, to live by making judgments in everything that he does at all times, to make judgments, the principle of which is the categorical imperative. More simply, for a human being to always treat others as he would want to be treated. Then a human being is in alignment with himself. The human being is not in opposition to himself, is not in contradiction with himself. 428 going into, sorry, 427 going into 428 now. The ends which a rational being arbitrarily proposes to himself are all merely relative. The subject gives them their worth. Consequently, such worth cannot provide any universal principles, which are valid and necessary for all rational beings, and furthermore are valid for every volition. That is, cannot provide any practical or moral laws. Therefore, all such relative ends can be the grounds only for hypothetical imperatives. It's really incredible how systematically Kant is driving the distinction between categorical and hypothetical. The subject gives the ends of his life, the relative ends of his life, their worth. There is no inherent superiority in deciding to become a lawyer than in deciding to become a garbage man. And there's no inherent inferiority in deciding to become a garbage man than there is in deciding to become a doctor or a rocket scientist. These are all relative ends. As a matter of fact, probably one of the things that we need most in our world are people who will collect the garbage. We don't need, the billionth version of a phone. It's more important at an amusement park to have people who will collect the garbage, people who will clean the toilets and so on, than it is for, makeup artists to make a dancer on a stage, make sure her eyebrows are looking a certain way. In terms of what's needed, yeah, the one who cleans is more needed. There's no real relation in our world right now between how much people earn and what they ought to earn, or the usefulness of what they do. Sometimes people that do the least, they earn the most, and sometimes people who do the most, they earn the least. It's really, really unbelievable. It's incredible. $428. This is one of the most important moments in the grounding. And it captures, I think, the heart of Kant's moral philosophy. But let us suppose that there were something whose existence has in itself an absolute worth, something which as an end in itself could be a ground of determinate laws. In it and in it alone would there be the ground of a possible categorical imperative, that is, of a practical or moral law. Now I say that man, and in general every rational being, exists as an end in himself, and not merely as a means to be arbitrarily used by this or that will. He must, in all his actions, whether directed to himself or to other rational beings, always be regarded at the same time as an end. Concept of the end in itself. What does Kant mean by the end in itself? Well, he indicates that which has absolute worth, that which is not a mere means to be arbitrarily used, that which is the ground for a moral imperative, Let me express it in my own way. The end in itself is the most important thing. The end in itself is that for the sake of which something is done. The end in itself is not that which has merely instrumental value or use value or transactional value. The end in itself has absolute value, inherent value, intrinsic value, a value by virtue of its very being, value by virtue of its very existence, necessary value, a value that cannot fall away, a value that cannot drop off. Earlier at 417, Kant says, whoever wills the end wills also the means. If I have an end like I want to bake a cake. I want to bake a chocolate cake. And that's my end. That's a relative end. That's my choice. It's something that I can choose to bake or not to bake. I might decide, you know what, I don't actually want to bake a cake, in which case that end would then just disappear. But my private end or my purpose or my goal is today to bake a chocolate cake. And if I want to bake a specific kind of chocolate cake with maybe a 3-layer cake with chocolate icing and with, vanilla, a vanilla body, I need to follow a recipe. And so if I really want to bake that cake, if that's my end, then I also will the means. I also will to use this recipe. If I accept that this is what I'm going to do, then I also will to spend the time baking the cake, to use this recipe, to buy the ingredients, and so on. If I choose my end, then I also will the means. I can't bake that cake unless I follow certain steps. And if I really want that cake, then I need to follow those steps. Well, what Kant says about the end in itself is that the end in itself is the goal in itself. The end in itself is not a relative end. The end in itself is the purpose or the goal. You can say the final purpose or the goal. In the ancient Greek world, whether you're looking at ancient epic poetry or tragedy or ancient Greek philosophy, the end in itself, the goal of human life was always beyond human life. It was immortality. It was separation of the soul from the body. It was the good in itself in Plato. It was that which human existence, human life was for. And Plato said through Socrates said in Plato's text that life is a training for death. Human life didn't have value. When he was sentenced to die, he saw that as a cure for the disease of life. His last words were, "O Crito, I owe a cock to Asclepius. O Crito, remember to pay a rooster to Asclepius for me." Asclepius was the god of medicine. The rooster would be payment for the cure for life, and the cure for life was death. Socrates was thankful that he was going to die. The end in itself was always a beyond. And sometimes we see people understand the end of Christianity this way, or the end of, religion this way, as heaven. And heaven is a beyond. This life is just an illusion. This life is just an appearance. This life is not really the most important thing. This life is just a stage. And the real end is, the true life, and the true life is eternal life, and eternal life is everlasting life, and everlasting life is when the soul is with God. And that's a way of reading the scriptures that has been Platonized, or read in terms of Plato, or read in terms of ancient Greek philosophy, where the body is evil, contemptible, and the soul, separated by itself, is pure. And it understands God as a transcendent being that human beings aspire to be with, and that can only happen in death. A God that is outside of time, a God that is outside of space. Kant is indicating that the end in itself is human being. Human being is the most important thing. Human beings are the only beings who have absolute value, absolute worth. And only in that which has absolute worth can you find a basis for moral action. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. This is what we find in the New Testament. This is the law and the prophets. In the Hebrew scriptures, love your neighbor as yourself. And Kant, act only according to that maxim that you can at the same time will to be a universal law. Where does this come from? It comes from the reality that human beings are the most important beings in the world or out of the world. That's where you find moral imperatives. Now I say that man, and in general, every rational being exists as an end in himself. What does Jesus say in the Gospel of Matthew? In the Gospel of Mark? The Sabbath was not made, man was not made for the Sabbath. Sabbath was made for man, i.e., the law, man was not made for the law was made for man. The law was made for humankind. How do we know that the laws are good? They are good if they are good for human beings. Human being is the center. Now I say that man in general, every rational being exists as an end in himself, and not merely as a means to be arbitrarily used by this or that will. He must in all his actions, whether directed to himself or to other rational beings, always be regarded at the same time as an end. In the Gospel of Matthew, Jesus says, anyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Anyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed with her adultery in his heart. What have you done? You have adulterated the relationship with this other person. To adulterate means to make impure. You have contaminated it. You have reduced the other person to an object. You've reduced the other person to her physical appearance, to her body. This is what happens all the time in relationships, or in people who are seeking relationships with other people. They reduce the other person to the body. In dating apps, you swipe right or left. I mean, it is unbelievable that people would make judgments about another human being based on an image of the person's body. And I guess it works. It works. I mean, it's successful. The companies are successful. The relationships that develop are not in this way, but the companies are successful because it caters to people's natural wants, which are often very base. They don't want to think. They don't want to get to know another person. They don't want to have to put in the effort to asking serious questions. They don't want to have to put in the effort to addressing other people seriously. So the reason that people go on these apps is because there is something very appealing to them. There is something appealing to reducing another person to his or her body. And there is something appealing to people who want to be reduced to the appearance of their body. Maybe they're conventionally very pretty, very attractive, very handsome, it doesn't matter. But they post pictures that accentuate the body, and maybe their profile pages doesn't really say anything important. They themselves want to be judged in accordance with how they appear, or at least they think they want to be judged that way. Again, relationships of this kind, I don't see how they can possibly last, because it's not based on respect. It's based on what is basest in ourselves. I will return. Kant continues this train of thought. Beings whose existence depends not on our will, but on nature, have nevertheless, if they are not rational beings, only a relative value as means, and are therefore called things. Any object that you find in nature has a relative value. In a place with lots of trees, maybe the price of wood is less expensive than in a place with no trees. If you were in a desert and you were you had walked for days and you hadn't had any water, and the human being can't last for more than 3 days or so without water. Food, maybe 40 days or so. But if you didn't have any water and you were dying, water would be more valuable to you than gold. Of course, if you are living in a big city, water is, very inexpensive, if not completely free. So the value of things is dependent on the relative situation of the time. And no thing has absolute value. The price of things is regulated by the law of supply and demand. With high supply and low demand, things are very inexpensive. With low supply and high demand, things are very expensive. Unlike human beings who don't have prices, they are not objects in the marketplace. The price of a human being does not rise or fall depending upon his circumstance. I mean, I know people think sometimes that, some people are worth more than other people. The person that you see out on the street that doesn't have a home, you might think is worth less than, somebody who is rich, the president of the United States. But that's completely false. There's no human being who is worth less or more than any other human being. Every human being has an absolute value. The human being is priceless. The human being is without price. The human being is priceless. The value of a human being is not dependent on what he owns, who his friends are, how much money he has in the bank, or anything else that has merely relative value. This is so biblical, this sense that every human being counts. Jesus is sitting with the tax collectors and with sinners, we are told. And the Pharisees come and they accuse him. Why are you eating with the tax collectors and the sinners? And Jesus replies, don't you understand what this means? Go and learn. I desire mercy and not sacrifice. He quotes from the book of Hosea in the Hebrew scriptures. I have not come to save the righteous, but the sinners. Well, I have not come to call on the righteous, but the sinners. The sinner is the one who acknowledges his sin. The righteous, the Pharisees, don't even acknowledge their sin. Only the sinner can be saved. But there you get, the Pharisees are coming in with like this view of human beings as some people are worth more than others. The sinners, you shouldn't talk to them. And there's no notion of a human family, that person over there is my mother, and that person over there is my brother, and that person over there is my father, and that person over there is, um, my child. Beings whose existence depends not on our will, but on nature, so things that are determined, have nevertheless, if they are not rational beings, only a relative value as means, and are therefore called things. On the other hand, rational beings are called persons, inasmuch as their nature already marks them out as ends in themselves. That is, as something which is not to be used merely as means, and there is imposed thereby a limit on all arbitrary use of such beings, which are thus objects of respect. The human being is an object of respect. Kant uses the word object to mean that which is the subject of consciousness, that which the consciousness is focused on. So when you look at another person, you are looking at an object that is not an object. You are looking at a thing that is not a thing. You are looking at a person. There's a distinction between persons and things. And persons are worthy of respect. There's no thing, nothing that is worthy of respect. Their nature, Kant says, inasmuch as their nature already marks them out as ends in themselves, as the goal, as the final goal. Their nature already marks them out that way. What is their nature of the human being? Well, the nature of the human being is to be a thinking being. The nature of a human being is to be an unnatural being, insofar as he has spirit. Of course, we belong to the world of nature, insofar as we have bodies and insofar as our bodies conform to the necessities of nature. But what distinguishes the human being from any other thing in nature is that the human being has spirit. The human being has reason. Spirit is not some substance somewhere else. Spirit is reason. Spirit is will. Spirit is mind. Spirit is thought. And so that is essentially human. It's something that every human being who can be self-conscious of his existence has. And so we can't use people as we use things. Things can be used. In the creation story, the first creation story, the human being has dominion over nature. Nature is that which we can use for our own purposes. It doesn't mean that we can use nature any way that we want. For example, by not being stewards of the environment or things like that, but it means that the nature is, things in nature are not like persons. They are not persons. And so the human being has no right to use either himself or other people as a thing because he and other people are not things. That's why the human being has no right to use himself or others as things. Now, I mean, it's hard even to imagine somebody who would say, well, no, I do have the right to use another person. The other person is a thing to me. How must that person understand his own life if he sees in every other person who is like him simply something to be used? And what does it mean to say that another person, I can use another person as a thing when the reason that I want to use him in the way that I want to use him is that he's not a thing. The reason that I want to use someone as a slave is because he can do something that things can't do. The reason that I want the slave to obey me is because I know that he has the capacity to obey. He has a mind. So I've already distinguished between persons and things in making it seem like there is no distinction between persons and things. And then once again, we get into the self-contradiction that characterizes our judgments, immoral judgments. Persons are therefore not merely subjective ends, whose existence as an effect of our actions has a value for us, but such beings are objective ends, that is, exist as ends in themselves. People are not merely to be used for our own private purposes. Their value does not consist in being means to our ends. And they are not to be ends only at this particular point in time. They are always ends, insofar as they are human beings, persons, not at this time or this place or that place, or this circumstance or that circumstance. So they are ends when they are rich and, they are successful and they have a good reputation, but when they lose everything and they're out on the street, then they've lost everything. That's a view of human being as being not a human being. That's a view of the human as dependent on circumstances and dependent on what he has. That's failing to distinguish or pretending to fail to distinguish between persons and things. When I judge somebody by how that person looks, or what that person owns, or how rich that person is, or what kind of suit that person wears, or what kind of reputation that person has, I'm actually confusing persons and things. I'm confusing ends and means. I'm confusing absolute value with relative value. I'm confusing what has a price and what has respect. I'm confusing spirit with nature. Such an end is one for which there can be substituted no other end, to which such being should serve merely as means. For otherwise, nothing at all of absolute value would be found anywhere. You recall how Glaucus in book number 6 of the Iliad said, generations of human beings are like generations of leaves. As leaves come in the spring and die in the autumn, so human beings come in the spring and die in the autumn. The human being had no value. Kant is indicating that if you can't find absolute value in human beings, you can't find it anywhere. The human being is the source of value. The law is valuable insofar as it is good for human beings. The law was made for man. Man is not made for the law. But if all value were conditioned and hence contingent, then no supreme moral principle could be found for a reason at all, right? How do you get the moral law? How do you get the consciousness of ought, O-U-G-H-T? How do you get the consciousness of duty? How do you get the consciousness of a moral imperative? How do you get the consciousness of what is right? If the human being was simply a creature of nature, there would not be this consciousness. The consciousness that we have of morality demonstrates that human beings are ends in themselves. It demonstrates that human beings are thinking beings and free and beyond the world of prices. And so Kant says at 429, rational nature exists as an end in itself. In this way, man necessarily thinks of his own existence. But in this way also does every other rational being think of his existence on the same rational ground that holds also for me. On the same rational ground that holds also for me. The very fact that I am deserving of respect from you means that I am obligated to respect you. The very fact that you are deserving of respect from me means that you are obligated to respect me. For the very same reasons that I have dignity, you have dignity. For the same reasons that I am worthy of respect, you are worthy of respect. And so the moral imperative becomes universal. The moral imperative for an individual becomes universal because you are also an I, and I am also a you. I am both I and you are both I and you. I see myself in you, and you see yourself in me. And I see yourself in me, and you see myself in you. So Kant at this point expresses the second formulation of the moral law. The first one was given in section 1, act only according to that maxim that you can at the same time will to be a universal law. Now Kant expresses the categorical imperative in the following way. He says the practical imperative, the moral imperative, will therefore be the following. Act in such a way that you treat humanity, whether in your own person or in the person of another, always at the same time as an end, and never simply as a means. Always treat every human being as an end in himself, and never merely as a means. It's another expression of the golden rule. It's another expression of the principle in the Hebrew Bible. Love your neighbor as yourself. Treat every human being always as an end, as a person, and not as a means to an end, as a thing. Treat every human being as having absolute value, not as a means that has merely relative value. Treat every human being as an object of respect, as a person who is deserving of respect. Never treat any human being as someone who is not worthy of respect and who has a value that is just like the value accorded to things. Or 29 still, man is not a thing, and hence is not something to be used merely as means. He must in all his actions always be regarded as an end in himself. Always. It's an unending weight that every human being has to carry. Jesus says in chapter 7, verse 12 of the Gospel of Matthew, in everything, treat others as you would have others. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. Treat others as you wish to be treated, as you want to be treated. This is the law and the prophets. In everything. Doesn't matter what you are doing. Doesn't matter where you are. Doesn't matter what the circumstance is. Doesn't matter what time it is. It doesn't matter how you are feeling. It doesn't matter whether you're happy or sad, or whether you're suffering a catastrophe, or whether you are, on top of the world. That moral law is a weight that every human being must carry. It's a cross that we all have to carry. Because the cross is the crux of our life. The Latin word crux is the cross. The crux is the moment of decision. Every moment is the moment of decision. Every moment is the moment of judgment. Or 30. This principle of humanity and of every rational nature generally as an end in itself is the supreme limiting condition of every man's freedom of action. I am free, but I'm not free to do whatever I want. You are free. You are not free to do whatever you want. Any meaningful expression of freedom will have to involve limits. And the limit of what I can do is that which encroaches on your freedom. I have no right to do evil to you, just as you have no right to do evil to me. And so freedom does not mean absence of impediment. It does not mean being able to do whatever you want, whenever you want, wherever you want, however you want. If you see somebody who is slashing tires, bicycles and cars and so on, with a knife, and every car he sees, he slashes the tire. Or every bicycle he sees, he slashes the tire. Or if you see somebody with spray paint and just spray paints, everywhere, over businesses, windows, doors, murals. There's some beautiful murals where I live. They've all been spray painted. It's just shocking. It's just destruction. I don't think, oh, that person is free because that person's doing whatever he wants. I think that person is crazy. I think that person is not in control over his own self. Somebody who uses drugs all the time, gambles all the time, maybe has so much money that just spends all of the days gambling, no matter how much money that person loses, still, gets more and more money. I don't think that person is free or acting freely. I don't think a student is free or expressing freedom when the student doesn't do any work or cheats all the time on tests and exams and essays. I don't think a person is free when he is controlled by his most basest impulses his worst impulses. Freedom involves discipline, it involves commitment, it involves sacrifice, because every choice that we make is a sacrifice. We could be doing 1,000 different things at this very moment. I'm choosing to do this. That means that I've sacrificed all other things that I could do, all other possibilities. It's not lack of freedom. So, you know, there's two kinds of freedom. One kind of freedom is having the power to choose something, right? And in this sense, every human being is free in that sense. Every human being who is self-conscious or who can be self-conscious of his own life can make choices. And all of us are making choices all the time. So that's one notion of freedom. But what if a person makes choices that are always bad choices, choices that are always immoral choices, choices in which he doesn't respect himself and he doesn't respect others and he doesn't respect the world, people, any person in the world. And even in his relation to nature, he, throws garbage everywhere. Um, you know, he goes to McDonald's and he eats McDonald's and he just throws the bag into the lake. I live by the water, so I sometimes see things like that, and it's just stunning. So that kind of person is not free, or he's not expressing his freedom properly, morally. And that kind of freedom is different from the first kind. The first kind of freedom is just having the power to choose. But the second notion of freedom is using freedom rationally. That's not just the power to choose. Um, that's that's making moral choices. And so I just want to make a distinction between those two kinds of freedom, in that while everyone is free in the first sense, they can choose to do good or evil. Certainly not everyone is free in the second sense. That is, choosing what is good and what is right. And this is why Jesus says that, there are two roads. There's the wide road, which leads to destruction, and there's a narrow road, which leads to, you can say, the kingdom of God. And unfortunately, too many people, too much at the time, make choices that limit the freedom of others. Well, Kant now expresses a third version of the categorical imperative. He speaks about the third practical principle of the will at 431 as the idea of the will of every rational being as a will that legislates universal law. According to this principle, all maxims are rejected which are not consistent with the will's own legislation of universal law. The will is thus not merely subject to the law, but is subject to the law in such a way that it must be regarded also as legislating for itself, and only on this account as being subject to the law, of which it can regard itself as the author. Notice that in this expression of the categorical imperative, Kant doesn't say act only in such a way that such and such, or treat human beings such and such. It's expressed a little bit differently. And maybe I'll express it in a way that I think will capture the categorical imperative. Act in such a way that your will, you recognize that your will is the author of the law that you are obligated to follow, or that you are obligated to use as a principle of your action. Act in such a way that you legislate the law for yourself, and precisely because you legislate the law for yourself, you are subject to it. What does it mean to legislate? It means to pass laws. It means to enact laws. What Kant is indicating here is that the law, the moral law, does not come from out there. It doesn't come from God. It doesn't come from the Bible. It doesn't come from your parents. It doesn't come from society. It doesn't come from nature. It comes from you. And precisely because it comes from you, it carries necessity. And when you act, you must act in a way where you understand that the necessity of the moral necessity of your action is a priori, is not based on experience, and it emerges from your very own being. Another way of putting it, always act from a moral law that you recognize comes from your own will and not from somewhere else. You are not merely subject to the law, you are the author of the law. And you must interpret it, you must enact it, and you must make the law actual in your life. Right? What is the categorical imperative? Let's take the two formulations already mentioned. Act only according to that maxim that you can, at the same time, will to be a universal law, or in everything that you do, treat every human being always as an end and never simply as a means. Okay, what does that mean exactly? I see a homeless person smoking cigarettes, and he puts out his hand and he says, "Can I have some change?" Do I give it to that person or not? And if I decide to give it, how much do I give it? What if I suspect that the person will take the money and buy drugs? Do I give it or not? If I give it, how much do I give? How often do I give? Most of the problems in our lives do not admit of any simple, simplistic solution. There was an incident in Minnesota just a few days ago where a woman was killed when an ICE agent, an officer enforcing uh, customs and immigration in the US, shot this woman 3 times as she was driving away from the officer. What should the woman have done? Um, Sounds like the woman next to her, maybe her partner, was yelling at the immigration officer. And the immigration officer, actually, there were a number of them, told her to stop, told the two of them to stop, but she didn't. She drove away. Um, what should she have done? Um, In hindsight, you can say, well, if she wouldn't have driven away, she would likely have lived. But does that mean that it was wrong for her to drive away? Assuming that this agent is brought to court, what should be the sentencing? If he is found guilty of something, what should be the sentencing? All criminal cases are very, very hard. Even in the sentencing phase, how is the judge to give an appropriate sentence? How does he or she know what is too little or too much? By precedent, but how do you know that the precedent was not too little or too much? In accordance with the law, well, how do you know that the law is not aggressive enough or too aggressive? These things are things that challenge us every single day. When a teacher grades a student's work, how does the teacher know what grade to give? It's a judgment call. What standards does the teacher have? What standards has he articulated? Are the standards right, fair for the university? How much can this teacher expect from the student? What is the teacher taught in class? What will be a fair assessment? Should the teacher look to other teachers and see how they would grade it? Or is the standard independent, that even if other teachers are too lax or too hard in their grading, the teacher who's marking the paper has to use a standard that he believes is reasonable? And what is reasonable? Beyond reasonable doubt. Criminal case has to be proven beyond reasonable doubt. What does that mean? It's interpretation. There's no explanation that I have heard that satisfies me, that explains what beyond reasonable doubt is. I don't know what exactly that is. If I was a juror, I would have to think about it. Every human being has to interpret the situation around him at the time that he must make a decision. And there's an enormous weight in making a judgment, particularly judgments of high consequence. We all carry that burden, that cross with us. So act in such a way that you understand that you are the interpreter, you are the enactor, you are the passer of this law that is inside you. You are responsible for it. There's no recipe book for you. There's no formula for you. There's no certainty for you. You need to be as informed as possible when you make a decision. At what point does one person tell his or her partner or spouse that I don't want this relationship anymore? Or when is enough enough? You've made a commitment to the other person. How long should one follow through with that commitment if the other person is not following through on his or her end? It's not easy. So that's the third expression of the categorical imperative. The law doesn't come from any transcendent source. The law does not come from experience. It comes from human reason. It comes from the consciousness that human beings are persons and not things, a consciousness that every human being has. It is a priori. And we have to legislate the moral law. We have to interpret it. We have to think about it. We have to take responsibility for it. No one can do that for us. No one can interpret the law for us. No one can enact the law for us. And even the idea of acting on the basis of a maxim that we can will to be universal, just the idea of clarifying what is that maxim So is the maxim, is it okay to lie? Is the maxim, is it okay to lie under these circumstances? And how far do you push that? Because let's say, for example, that my partner asks me, whether I enjoyed my time at a concert that we went to. And let's say I didn't enjoy it, but I don't want to hurt my partner's feelings. So is the maxim that it's okay to lie when you don't want to hurt your partner's feelings? Or is the maxim it's okay to lie when you go to a concert and you don't want to hurt your partner's feelings when she asks you how was the concert? Like even just the articulation of the maxim, it requires moral judgment, because I can easily deceive myself and say, well, when I didn't pay the fare on the subway at 12 p.m. on Sunday. When was Sunday? January 4th, 2026. So I can make my maxim, well, it's okay not to pay the fare on the Toronto subway, January 4th, 2026 at 12 p.m. Then I'm just basically using the law to exempt myself of responsibility. So even how you frame, how you think about the law is also a task of interpretation. And it's a moral task. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you. What does that mean exactly? Because we can interpret that in many, many different ways. But the true way to interpret it is is a moral way. You have to interpret the law morally, which means you interpret the golden rule through the golden rule. You interpret the categorical imperative through the categorical imperative. You interpret love your neighbor as yourself through the principle love your neighbor as yourself. It becomes the very basis of interpreting the moral law. The moral law becomes the basis of interpreting the moral law. So Kant says, this is moving into 432, approaching 433. The idea of legislating universal law is not based on any interest, and therefore it alone of all possible imperatives can be unconditional. Now we know that Kant has distinguished between two kinds of interest, taking an interest in something and acting from interest. Of course, the human being is interested in moral life. That should be his greatest interest. That should be his greatest concern. Nothing is more important than that. And yet Kant says that we can't act from interest, or we must not act from interest. Our actions can't be based on interest. So we take an interest in our life, but when he says we can't act, we must not act from interest, he means self-interest. He means sensuous interest. He means an interest that is not consistent with taking a moral interest. Maybe it's time for me to take a little bit of a break. Or 32. When we look back upon all previous attempts that have been made to discover the principle of morality, there is no reason now to wonder why they one and all had to fail. Man was viewed as bound to laws by his duty, but it was not seen that man is subject only to his own, yet universal legislation, and that he is bound only to act in accordance with his own will, which is, however, a will purposed by nature to legislate universal laws. For when man is thought as being merely subject to a law, whatever it might be, then the law had to carry with it some interest, functioning as an attracting stimulus or as a constraining force for obedience, inasmuch as the law did not arise as a law from his own will. Rather, in order that his will conform with law, it had to be necessitated by something else to act in a certain way. By this absolutely necessary conclusion, however, all the labor spent in finding a supreme ground for duty was irretrievably lost. Duty was never discovered, but only the necessity of acting from a certain interest. This might be either one's own interest or another's, but either way, the imperative had to be always conditional and could never possibly serve as a moral command. I want, therefore, to call my principle the principle of the autonomy of the will, in contrast with every other principle, which I accordingly count under heteronomy. Okay, here Kant has made a sweeping claim about the history of all moral investigation. Every single system which aimed to discover a fundamental ground for moral judgment has failed. Why? Kant says, because while these systems accepted that the human being was bound by duty, they understood duty to be necessitated by something else. Why should a human being fulfill his obligations? Because God said so. Why should a human being be moral? Because his parents said so. Why should a human being be moral? Because it's biologically good in, evolution, because it helps the species in some way. Why should a human being live according to moral principles? Because if he doesn't, he's going to go to jail. Because if he doesn't, nobody will trust him. Because if he doesn't, his reputation will be soiled. Now, Kant knows, of course, that what he calls the categorical imperative is rooted in biblical thought. So when he says that all previous attempts to discover the supreme principle of morality has failed, he cannot include the scriptures. He cannot include the writings of the New Testament, because in the writings of the New Testament, we find the principle of the golden rule, of which the categorical imperative is a variant. Does Kant say that here? No. He does have, however, a work that he wrote later called Religion Within the Limits of Reason Alone. And there it becomes quite clear that when one understands the teachings of Jesus in the New Testament, when one reads it carefully, the writings carefully, then one sees that the principle, in fact, is entirely consistent with the principles of reason, the moral principles of reason. So, but Kant's point stands nonetheless, that whenever one understands oneself is subject to a law that comes from somewhere else, whether it's the legal system or whether it's religion or whether it's one's parents or whether it's, society or um, anything outside, if that's why one should follow the law, because it's necessitated by something else, including, fear of punishments, that's not moral. So Kant says that, in fact, in seeking the law, um, in something else, or in being necessitated by something else to act in a certain way, then morality just disappears. Because a truly moral action is an action where one does what one ought to do, not because of something else, some reward, some punishment, some fear, some, incentive or some interest, but because it is a law that is necessitated from his own being. And so he calls his principle, he says, the principle of the autonomy of the will, in contrast with every other principle, which he calls under heteronomy of the will. Now, autonomy derives from two ancient Greek words, auto and nomos. Auto means self, nomos means law. So autonomy of the will is self-law. It's the law that emerges from one's own self, for one's own being. Heteronomy of the will derives from the words meaning other and law. Heteronomos, other law. This is a system of thought where the necessity of one's action derives from something else or someone else. And Kant says, in light of this distinction, and to explain this distinction further, 433, the concept of, well, actually, you know what? He now switches to another idea before returning to this distinction of autonomy of the will versus heteronomy of the will. And I want to follow Kant's train of thought here as he has written it down. So he changes now to discussing a new idea, which again will take us back into the Gospels. Kant says the concept of every rational being as one who must regard himself as legislating universal law by all his will's maxims, so that he may judge himself and his actions from this point of view, leads to another very fruitful concept, which depends on the aforementioned one, namely that of a kingdom of ends. Kingdom of ends. By kingdom, I understand a systematic union of different rational beings through common laws. Now, laws determine ends as regards their universal validity. Therefore, if one abstracts from the personal differences of rational beings and also from all content of their private ends, then it will be possible to think of a whole of all ends in systematic connection. A whole both of rational beings as ends in themselves and also of the particular ends, which each end may set for himself, right? There are objective ends, human beings, and subjective ends, the specific goals of each particular human being. That is, one can think of a kingdom of ends that is possible only on the aforesaid principles. Now, the kingdom of ends will remind us, obviously, of the kingdom of heaven. What is the kingdom of heaven? Well, I have argued in my videos on biblical writings that the kingdom of heaven is an ideal. It's an ideal to be realized on earth. It's not a supernatural place. It's not a beyond. It's an ideal that must be realized, that is realizable, and that human beings can bring about, can create through moral life. And a kingdom of heaven, I argued, is a world in which human beings fulfill the demands that their own being places upon them. It's a world in which human beings treat one another with respect and dignity. What Kant says is the following: all rational beings stand under the law that each of them should treat himself and all others never merely as means, but always at the same time as an end in himself. Hereby arises a systematic union of rational beings through common objective laws. That is a kingdom that may be called a kingdom of ends, certainly only an ideal, inasmuch as these laws have in view the very relation of such beings to one another as ends and means. A rational being belongs to the kingdom of ends as a member when he legislates in it universal laws while also being himself subject to these laws. This notion of a kingdom of ends, of a world in which every human being expresses himself as an end in himself or as an end in herself, and we know that for Kant, one does that through moral action by treating every human being, neighbor, friend, enemy, stranger, always as an end and never simply as a means. When every human being does that, then we have the fulfillment of the moral law. We have a world in which human beings are truthful to themselves and to others. We have a world of truth. We have a world of love. We have a world in which human beings affirm the absolute dignity of themselves and every other human being. And that's the kingdom of ends. That's the kingdom of heaven. That's the perfection that human beings are necessitated to bring about. It's not, as Jesus says in the Gospel of Luke, it's not coming with things that can be observed. You can't see it. You can't point to it. So that you can't say, oh, there it is, or here it is. For in fact, Jesus says, the kingdom of God is among you. The kingdom of God is among you, or the kingdom of God is in your midst. It's not a location. It's the fulfillment of human power through relationships that are based on moral principles, ultimately converging in love, the principle of love, or the golden rule, or the categorical imperative. So once again, we see Kant is a very astute interpreter of the Bible. And Kant will continue. This is at 434. The practical necessity of acting according to this principle, so the moral necessity of acting according to this principle, that is duty, does not rest at all on feelings, impulses, and inclinations. You see, if you say that I was respectful of that person because I felt like it, it implies that, well, if you felt differently, you wouldn't have treated the person with respect. If you arrive to a meeting on time and you keep your promise, and you say, well, I felt, I would have felt bad if I didn't do that. It implies that your wanting to avoid feeling bad was the reason you did that. That's quite different from doing it out of duty. It implies that if you wouldn't have felt bad, then you may have been late. So that kind of action is conditional. It depends on feelings. But for Kant, a moral action is not conditional, it is unconditional. It doesn't matter what your feelings are at any particular moment. What drives your action is the necessity of the will. A choice that is grounded in moral principles. So Kant says, the will of a rational being must always be regarded at the same time as legislative, because otherwise he could not be thought of as an end in himself, right? An end in himself, that means to be a beginning in yourself. It means to be free. It means to be able to create. This takes us back to the stories of creation in the Hebrew scriptures. Stories in which the human being understands himself as the image of God, or as in the likeness of God, as a creator. And when one is free, when one is self-conscious of one's own freedom, one, through that very power, shows oneself to be distinct from nature, not separate from nature, because the human being is a part of nature insofar as he is embodied and subject to the necessities of nature, but distinct from nature. The consciousness of freedom, the consciousness of the self, the self-consciousness, the consciousness of morality, the consciousness of one's obligations, all of these things point to, demonstrate the human being as an end in himself and as a beginning in himself. Beginning in himself meaning that the human being can create. The human being can originate new ideas, new ways of living. The human being can turn towards God, repent. Repent means to turn to God. The Hebrew word for repent means to turn. So to be a beginning in oneself, to be free, is at the same time to be an end in oneself. And to be an end in oneself is at the same time to be a beginning in oneself. The human being is a thinking being. Thinking, the power of thought, expresses oneself as both a beginning and as an end in himself or herself. Reason, therefore, relates every maxim of the will as legislating universal laws to every other will, and also to every action towards oneself. It does so not on account of any other practical motive or future advantage, but rather from the idea of the dignity of a rational being who obeys no law except what he at the same time enacts himself. So this idea of self-legislation is an idea of freedom. You are a creator of your life when you interpret what to do at any given point in time. You are legislating, you are passing a law that you are following. You are both executing the law that emerges from your own being, and you are subject to the law that emerges from your own being. And that is a full idea of freedom. That is an idea of freedom, not just as having the power to choose. That is the idea of freedom which when actualized is true freedom. Just as Jesus distinguishes between life and true life, when the rich young man comes to ask him, Jesus, what good deed must I do to attain eternal life? Jesus responds, to enter into life, follow the commandments. And when he says to enter into life, he knows that the individual is biologically alive, obviously. And yet, true life, eternal life, is not simply biological life. Eternal life is the realization of one's highest powers through moral action. And so Kant also distinguishes in that way, not explicitly here, but clearly he distinguishes between freedom as the power to choose, which every human being has insofar as he's a thinking being, and the fulfillment of that through actually choosing what is good and avoiding what is evil, expressing one's own dignity. In the kingdom of ends, everything either has a price or a dignity. Whatever has a price can be replaced by something else as its equivalent. On the other hand, whatever is above all price, and therefore admits of no equivalent, has a dignity. So, prices are given to things which have relative value, and the things which have prices are subject to the law of supply and demand. You can buy them, you can sell them, you can exchange them, but nothing has absolute value in things that you can buy. You can always find a replacement. You can always make a replacement, but you can never make another human being that is exactly like you. You are absolutely, completely unique in the sense that your history, the things you have done, the choices you have made moment to moment are yours and yours alone. You have made them. And there are people who will be better than you in this or that way. There are people who will be worse than you in this or that way. There are people who will be able to play better sports, certain sports than you. There are people who will not be able to play certain sports as well as you. There's no one who's going to be like you. And yet, of course, we are all eyes. We are all part of a common humanity, a common human family. And yet, within that human family, every human being is unique and irreplaceable. If someone that you love dies, there is no way to replace that someone. You can never replace that someone. If your iPhone stops working because you drop it in a pool, you can buy a new iPhone. And this goes even for the most expensive things, maybe even most expensive things in the world. The reason I think that certain artworks are considered irreplaceable is because they express the irreplaceability of the human spirit. It's completely different from what we find in the ancient non-biblical world. If you consider the ancient Greek world or the ancient Roman world, you could buy slaves. In the marketplace in ancient Rome, you could buy slaves, and the price of a slave would depend on many factors like his youth or whether or not his body was scarred or his musculature or things like that. The human being could be bought and sold like a commodity. Now we know that Jesus teaches in the Gospel of Matthew Do not store up for yourselves treasures on earth where moth and rust consume and where thieves break in and steal, but store up for yourselves treasures in heaven where moth and rust do not consume and where thieves do not break in and steal. For where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Store up for yourselves what is, understand your life, rest your life on the foundation of your dignity. Don't rest the foundation of your life, the value of your life, on the things that you have. The things that you have can be stolen from you. The things that you have will decay in the course of time. But your dignity will never decay over time, and your dignity can never be taken from you. That is the kingdom of heaven. It's the world where moth and rust do not consume and where thieves cannot break in and steal. (435) Kant writes, that which constitutes the condition under which alone something can be an end in itself has not merely relative worth, that is a price, but has intrinsic worth, that is dignity. Now, morality is the condition under which alone a rational being can be an end in himself. How do you know that a human being is an end in himself? Because he's conscious of the moral law. Why is he conscious of the moral law? Because he's an end in himself. Whoever is a rational being, whoever has reason, is by that very fact bound to a moral principle. And the consciousness of the moral principle demonstrates that he is a rational being, i.e., an end in himself, and therefore a beginning in himself, free. Whatever is not conscious of obligation and responsibility and moral life cannot be an end and cannot be a beginning. And hence, there is no moral principle in the world of nature. Otherwise, we would find, that beings in nature deserve to be punished or held accountable for doing things that are immoral, eating their own young, or stealing prey from another animal that has killed it. We don't say that, oh, the animal is taking something that he doesn't deserve. So Kant will argue that morality and humanity alone have dignity. Skill and diligence in work have a market price. Wit, lively imagination, and humor have an effective price. But fidelity to promises and benevolence based on principles, not on instinct, have intrinsic worth. Neither nature nor art contain anything which, in default of these, could be put in their place, for their worth consists not in the effects which arise from them, nor in the advantage and profit which they provide, but in the mental disposition, i.e., the motive. Now, I just want to make a comment here. I've been using the word motives because that's the word that Kant uses. He doesn't use the word intention. Motives mean moving power. It has to do with effort. It has to do with this, what Kant calls the summoning of all the means in our power. This is what it means to express a goodwill, to summon all the means in your power to do good and avoid evil, to act on the basis of a moral standard. Intentions can sometimes be confused with feelings. Whereas motives is a much more unambiguous word once one understands that it has to do with effort. It has to do with that which actually moves you to do something. The grounds of your action. as residing in the will and not feeling. Okay, but intention, I think, does carry a very, very similar meaning when understood properly. Such actions also need no recommendation from any subjective disposition or taste so as to meet with immediate favor and delight. There is no need of any immediate propensity or feeling toward them. They exhibit the will, performing them as an object of immediate respect, and nothing but reason is required to impose them upon the will, which is not to be cajoled into them, since in the case of duties, such cajoling would be a contradiction, right? Because to act from duty is to act solely from a moral law that emerges from one's own being, and to legislate that law that emerges from one's own being. This estimation, therefore, lets the worth of such a disposition be recognized as dignity and puts it infinitely beyond all price, with which it cannot in the least be brought into competition or comparison without, as it were, violating its sanctity. If I was to say to you, how much is your life worth? You can't give me a dollar amount. $1 million, $100 million, $1 billion. It doesn't even make sense for me to ask the question. Because if I told you that I would pay you whatever you wanted, but your life would be mine, that is, I could do whatever I wanted with you, then all the money in the world would be useless to you. If, for example, I decided to kill you. The whole idea of thinking about the value of the human being in terms of prices is incommensurable. It belongs to a completely different category, things and persons, prices and dignity. They're completely different categories. The value of the human being is qualitatively different from the value of anything. And hence, there can be no comparison. So when Kant says infinitely beyond all price, he doesn't mean an infinite price. He says it's beyond even the category of prices. So Kant continues. This is moving on towards 436. This is nearing the end of 435. His own nature has already determined him as an end in himself, and therefore as a legislator in the kingdom of ends. Thereby he is free as regard all laws of nature, and he only obeys those laws which he gives to himself. Accordingly, his maxims can belong to a universal legislation, to which he at the same time subjects himself. So I'm getting all these pop-ups which I need to close. So this, again, is what he has said many, many times, but whenever he says it, he always comes at it in a different angle, a different way, re-expresses himself in a new way. What Kant means by dignity, he says just into 436, is unconditional and incomparable worth. Okay, unconditional and incomparable worth. There's no comparison. Now, Kant will say that the three formulations of the categorical imperative, the first one was given in section 1, act only according to that maxim that you can at the same time will to be a universal law. Formulation 2, treat every human being always as an end and never simply as a means. Formulation number 3, act according to the law which arises from your own being and which you must legislate yourself, right? such that you are both subject to the law, but you're subject to a law of which you regard yourself as the author. Formulation number 3, that's my own formulation, paraphrasing what Kant has shown. Kant says that all these 3 formulations are actually just one law, one categorical imperative. 436, the aforementioned 3 ways of representing the principle of morality are at bottom only so many formulas of the same law. Four 37. We can now end, Kant says, where we started in the beginning, namely the concept of an unconditionally good will. That will is absolutely good, which cannot be evil, that is, whose maxim, when made into a universal law, can never conflict with itself. That's interesting. You know, when you do what you ought to do, when you fulfill your moral responsibility in any action, when you meet your obligation, you can never be in contradiction with yourself. You can never be split for yourself, regardless of whatever happens. People get angry with you, you know, somebody doesn't want to be your friend anymore. People get angry with you, and because you're holding them accountable. You lose friends, maybe you lose your job, whatever the case. You're a whistleblower in a company and you lose your job. No matter what you lose, you can never be in conflict with yourself. It's a very interesting idea. It reminds me of Kant's concept of contentment in contrast with happiness. Contentment as being wholeness, fullness, you know, having respect for yourself, not being ashamed of yourself, not having to wear a mask to hide from yourself or to hide from others. This principle is therefore also its supreme law. Act always according to that maxim whose universality as a law you can at the same time will. This is the only condition under which a will can never be in conflict with itself. And such an imperative is categorical. Now, Kant has a footnote here, footnote number 28 in my edition. And here is just a footnote about the kingdom of ends. And it's interesting what he notes, that a kingdom of ends, he says, is a practical idea, a moral idea, for bringing about what does not exist, but can be made actual by our conduct. That is, what can be actualized in accordance with this very idea. We can make it actual. This is the kingdom of heaven in the Gospel of Matthew and other Gospels. It's the ideal for which we are responsible for bringing into existence, for making actual through our conduct. If it wasn't, if it was some beyond that we could not make actual, what value could it have for us? Except, I mean, what would happen is that we would always be searching for that which we could never possess, that which we could never realize. In the image of the ancient Greeks, who always searched for that which they could never possess. Immortality. Desire itself expressed lack. The one thing that all human beings desired was that which they could never possess. To desire something means that you do not possess it. This is what Plato showed in the Symposium. That when you desire something, you want it. And when you want it, it means you do not possess it at the time you desire it. So all desire for the good expressed lack of the good. And the highest object of desire, the thing that all people always desired, was that which could never be possessed, precisely because human beings desired it, right? If it could be possessed, it would be merely an appearance and would have no being. As I've mentioned before, being is that which all men seek, but it's opposed to human life because human life expresses becoming, change, a life of opposites turning into opposites. (438). The principles so act in regard to every rational being, yourself and others, that he may at the same time count in your maxim as an end in himself, is thus basically the same as the principle act on a maxim which at the same time contains in itself its own universal validity for every rational being. How incredible is it to have an author, a thinker, who takes his own idea and can express it in so many different lights. If you didn't understand it the first time, maybe the second. If you didn't understand the second, maybe the third or the fourth or the fifth. But such originality, that in the use of means for every end, my maxim should be restricted to the condition of its universal validity as a law for every subject, says just the same as that a subject of ends, that is a rational being himself, must be made the ground for all maxims of actions, and must thus be used never merely as means, but as the supreme limiting condition in the use of all means, that is, always at the same time as an end. You know, I can read 10,000 books today, and I won't find a single sentence that is as profound as this. But it's just taking the ideas that he's already expressed and articulating them in a way that hasn't been done before, making connections, establishing relations that he hasn't done in this way before, although he has done it explicitly before, just not in this way. So yes, the human being is restricted to the moral law when he acts. And in this way, he is the ground while also being, because he is the end. And as he is limited to a moral principle that makes his freedom possible, so others are restricted in how they must act, not to limit their own freedom, but to express their freedom. The limit is central to the expression of their freedom. Without limits, there would be no freedom. As we discussed, if somebody was simply unhinged and simply did what he wanted whenever he wanted, that would not express freedom. That would express lack of freedom. (438), approaching 439. Such a kingdom of ends would actually be realized through maxims whose rule is prescribed to all rational beings by the categorical imperative, if these maxims were universally obeyed. But even if a rational being himself strictly obeys such a maxim, he cannot for that reason count on everyone else being true to it. Nor can he expect the kingdom of nature and its purposive order to be in harmony with him as a fitting member of the kingdom of ends made possible by himself. That is, he cannot expect the kingdom of nature to favor his expectation of happiness. No one says anything about the kingdom of heaven being a world in which every human being is happy. That's not mentioned in the Gospels, and it's certainly not mentioned in Kant. Of course, if every human being treats every other human being as an end in himself, that doesn't lead to happiness. It leads to the highest expression of human power and maybe the highest expression of fulfillment in being the best that we can be, but can't say that it makes everybody happy. And of course, it is true that just because a human being is true to the moral law and to what is expected of him, it doesn't mean that everybody else will be. Nevertheless, the law act in accordance with the maxims of a member legislating universal laws, for a merely possible kingdom of ends remains in full force, since it commands categorically. And this is clear, right? I mean, if somebody is cheating on a test in school, and you are a student in the class and you see that person cheating on the test, it doesn't mean that the command not to cheat on the test, to be truthful, is no longer categorical just because somebody else is violating the law. Even if all of the people around you were cheating on that test, the moral law to be truthful remains in full force. And just in this lies the paradox that merely the dignity of humanity as rational nature, without any further end or advantage to be thereby gained, and hence respect for a mere idea, should yet serve as an inflexible precept of the will. Right? Where does the moral law come from? It comes from the consciousness that you have dignity, the consciousness that you are a human being. The mere idea of your own dignity, of your own being, gives rise to an inflexible precept of the will. It's so simple, it's so profound, and it's so unassailable. Or 39. The absolute worth of man is also what he must be judged by, whoever the judge may be, even the supreme being. There you go. The concept of God in the Bible is not a concept of power. God is also bound by the moral law. Any meaningful idea of God will be bound to the moral law. The same law that human beings are bound to. God cannot do whatever God wants to do. God is subject to the very same law that he commands human beings to follow. And again, he commands is another way of expressing that the law is necessary, that there is no way out of it. But when Kant says that the absolute worth of man is what he must be judged by, whoever that judge may be, even the supreme being, what Kant is indicating is that There is nothing that can compromise the obligation to treat every human being as an end in himself. Even God is bound to that principle. God cannot invalidate the absolute worth of the human being. And that's very fascinating because the God of Israel in the Bible is a concept of the human being. It's a concept of the Israelites. It's a concept of the early Christians. And the idea of God, as found in the Bible, expresses at the same time the idea human beings have of themselves. Just like in the Greek world, how the human being conceived of their gods expressed how they conceived of themselves. So in the biblical world, how human beings conceived of their God expressed how they conceive of themselves. When they conceive of a God as commanding human beings to love one another, they're conceiving of themselves as deserving of being loved by the highest of all beings. It's the idea of God communicates a consciousness of their own dignity. The human beings have a consciousness of their own dignity. That's what gives rise to, you can say, the idea of God. The consciousness of morality, the consciousness of being an end in oneself, the consciousness of being free, the consciousness of being a beginning in oneself. So any command from God that is not consistent with the absolute affirmation of human dignity cannot be a legitimate command. That is, it cannot be a command that comes from God. So the dignity of the human being is the standard for determining what is true and false. And we know that in the Bible, the standard in the narrative comes, or at least is associated with God. God commands, thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not steal, and so on. But in Kant, it's reason that from which this moral imperative comes. I'm going to take a short break. Be back in a moment. At 440, Kant returns to the distinction between autonomy of the will and heteronomy of the will. And he has a heading, autonomy of the will as the supreme principle of morality. He starts in the following way. Autonomy of the will is the property that the will has of being a law to itself. So, autonomos, self-will, self-determination, that's autonomy of the will, self-determination. When you act on the basis of a law that emerges from your very own being. Autonomy of the will is the property that the will has of being a law to itself. Who are you following when you follow the law? You are following the commands of your own reason. You are doing what necessarily follows from the fact that you are a human being. You are following a law, or you are living in terms of you are living from a principle, you're acting from a principle that arises from the very nature of you being a human being. And he ends this section at the end of 440 by saying a categorical imperative commands nothing more nor less than this very autonomy, right? All the categorical imperative commands is that you act in a way that your own being demands of you. At 441, in contrast, the heading is heteronomy of the will as the source of all spurious principles of morality. Spurious means counterfeit. Spurious means false. It comes from the word, actually, that means false in Latin. Heteronomy is other law. And Kant, willing on the basis of a law that comes from somewhere else and not from your very own being. Whether this is God or parents or society or tradition or culture, or your fears of punishment or your fears of jail or, your interest in a reward or whatever. If the will seeks the law that is to determine it anywhere but in the fitness of its maxims for its own legislation of universal laws, and if it thus goes outside of itself and seeks the law in the character of any of its objects, then heteronomy always results. The will in that case does not give itself the law, but the object does so. And the object is just something else. Something else gives me the law when I act. And so heteronomy of the will means determination through something else. Not self-determination. And Kant says that this admits only of hypothetical imperatives. I ought to do something because I will something else. Again, I will to avoid my parents' wrath. I will to avoid, falling into disrepute. I will to avoid the wrath of God, whatever. It might seem if I'm doing something because God said so, and by God I understand something else, it might seem like I'm following duty because I'm treating people well and I'm, giving charity and I'm doing all of these things. And while that might be in accordance with duty, it might also be for selfish reasons. It certainly cannot be from duty. Because if one is acting from duty, which is the only true moral action, then one is acting autonomously. The moral imperative must therefore abstract from every object to such an extent that no object has any influence at all on the will, so that practical reason, the will, may not merely minister to an interest not belonging to it, but may merely show its own commanding authority as the supreme legislation. So yeah, when we act, we should not be influenced by any other thing when considering what we ought to do. That should not play a role in our decisions. The only thing that ought to play a role in our decisions is what is the right thing to do. And we answer that again on the basis of a moral law, the categorical imperative, but I think it's not fundamentally different from the golden rule of the scriptures. Now, Kant has a number of examples, you can say, of heteronomous principles. He has the heading in 441, classification of all possible principles of morality founded upon the assumed fundamental concept of heteronomy. And we don't need to go through the many, many different things Kant says, many, many false grounds, you can say, for morality, but he mentions a number of them. I will say that Kant mentions happiness as being a false ground of morality. He says the principle of happiness, of one's own happiness, is the most objectionable. Why? Well, because we cannot act on the basis of what will make us happy, because what will make us happy is quite different from what will make us good, or, you know, things that bring about happiness is quite different from things that we ought to do. They're completely different. There are lots of things that will make me happy, but I know that I ought not to do them. So happiness is objectionable because it's just then selfish. It's it's being led by the instincts rather than the human being leading his judgment on the basis of reason. So Kant says making a man happy is quite different from making him good. This principle of one's own happiness bases morality upon incentives that undermine it rather than establish it, and that totally destroy its sublimity. Inasmuch as motives to virtue are put in the same class as motives to vice, and inasmuch as such incentives merely teach one to become better at calculation, while the specific difference between virtue and vice is entirely obliterated. So there are lots of bad things that we can do that will make us happy. And if happiness was king, then you wouldn't be able to distinguish between virtue and vice. Kant also mentions God's will as being a heteronomous principle. And he says, this is at 443, midway through, God's will, if God's will is drawn from such characteristics as desire for glory and dominion, combined with such frightful representations as those of might and vengeance, any system of morals based on such notions would be directly opposed to morality. And yet this is, how so many people are being brought up, especially in traditionally religious circles. And you can imagine how much confusion it would cause the child, that on the one hand, the child is being taught to be kind, the child is being taught to be polite, the child is being taught to be courteous, the child is being taught not to take revenge because God said so. And if you don't do that, God will punish you. God will take revenge on you. What kind of a God is this? It's based on power. It's based on vengeance. I mean, this is like the Greek gods. This is the pagan gods. This is what the Bible calls idolatry. Idolatry is the perversion of the golden rule into the golden calf, you can say, or the principle of morality into something else. In every case, this is at 444, in every case where the object of the will must be laid down as the foundation for prescribing a rule, to determine the will, there the rule is nothing but heteronomy, right? In every case where the object of the will must be laid down as the foundation for prescribing a rule, there we have nothing but heteronomy. The imperative is thus conditioned, that is, or namely, if or because one wills this object, one should act thus or so. Hence, the imperative can never command morally, that is, categorically. The object could be happiness, the object could be reputation, the object could be money, the object could be some incentive, the object could be, the avoidance of some punishment. The will never determines itself in these cases immediately by the thought of an action, but only by the incentive that the anticipated effect of the action has upon the will. I ought to do something because I will something else. Why should I be moral? Because I will go to heaven. What I really want is to get a reward. What kind of morality is that? Where I ought to treat a human being with respect so that I will get a reward. That's immoral. Kant is extremely critical about heteronomous notions of morality or heteronomous ways of being or living from principles of heteronomy. And this is the last passage that I will read at the end of 444. An absolutely good will, whose principle must be categorical, whose principle must be a categorical imperative, will therefore be indeterminate as regards all objects, right? It doesn't take into account incentives or self-interest. The only law that the will of every rational being imposes on itself without needing to assume any incentive or interest as a basis, right? The categorical imperative is the only concern. What ought I to do in order to do the right thing? How can I best treat every human being at this moment as an end and not in any way as a means, such that I understand the moral principle of my action to be a principle that arises from my own being. And in that sense, I'm the author of that law to which I am subject, a law which commands that in any judgment I make, I think about the maxim of my action and ask myself, would I really want this maxim to become a universal law? Okay, this has been a very long day, a very long video, but this text is worth it, so no regrets on my end. Thank you very much for your time. If you'd like to connect with me on LinkedIn, you will find me there. My name is Mohammed Kimji.